Hello and welcome to Agriconnect TV. We are here at the NEC in Birmingham for the 2025 LAMMA show. I'm Rachel Brown.
And I'm Cliff Dare.
And over the next couple of days we'll be bringing you live interviews and highlights from across LAMMA show, featuring some of your favourite exhibitors and industry leaders.
As many of you know, the LAMMA show is now in its 43rd year and has been held here at the NEC since 2019. The show originated in Lincolnshire in 1982 and was initially known as, and it's a bit of a mouthful, the Lincolnshire Agricultural Machinery Manufacturers Association. At that first LAMMA show, we had 51 exhibitors. This year, we have the privilege of welcoming almost 700 here to the NEC, the largest number of exhibitors ever for a LAMMA show. We're proud to continue to strengthen the biggest agricultural machinery show in Europe and one of the largest in the UK.
Absolutely. The Agriconnect TV concept launched last year at LAMMA show and it returns once again for 2025. We hope you can join us and the 40,000 visitors over the next 2 days. In total, we are occupying 11 halls here at the NEC, so there's plenty to see and do at LAMMA. And we plan on bringing you a little taste of what you can expect at the show here on Agriconnect.
We're going to be broadcasting each day between 10 and 3, and if you're visiting us in person, the show closes today at 5:30 and is open tomorrow from 8:30 to 4:30. Entry's free. Simply register at lammashow.com. Getting to the LAMMA show here at the NEC in Birmingham couldn't be easier, whether you choose to travel via car, train or even plane. But if you are joining us in person, be sure to look out for our studio here on the Agriconnect stand in Hall 20. However, if you're not coming in person, you can join us virtually on Agriconnect TV and get involved by watching us via lammashow.com, visiting the LAMMA Show YouTube channel, or watch us through the Agriconnect app, which is available on the App Store across Android and iOS devices. Farmers Guardian is also running a special offer this week exclusively for Agriconnect TV viewers. Throughout the broadcast, you'll see a QR code in the bottom left corner of your screen. Simply scan the code to learn all about the special offer. Over the next 2 days, Rachel and I will be presenting live interviews here from our Agriconnect studio, and Farmers Guardian reporter Amy Wilkinson will be bringing you exclusive interviews with some of our exhibitors on their respective stands from around the show. For now, I will hand over to Rachel, but first, here is a sneak peek of what we have in store for you today and tomorrow.
Thanks for that, Cliff. Now, to officially welcome you all to the LAMMA show and kick off proceedings here on Agriconnect TV, I am now joined by James from the Farmers Guardian Machinery team. James, welcome. Thank you for joining me this morning, our first guest.
No, thank you for having me.
Lovely to see you. So, James, first of all, what can we expect from LAMMA 2025?
Well, I mean, LAMMA is a great start to the year, isn't it? It's the paramount machinery show of the UK. And we've got some fantastic exhibitors. I think there's some great new returning exhibitors, and also
Absolutely.
some new guys coming into the show as well. And you know, it's great to see, I suppose, the industry, you know, picking up its feet and getting back into action after perhaps a bit of a challenge in 2024. So yeah, no, it's great to see, and we've got some real flagship machinery manufacturers here. With I suppose the most prestigious products that they've got on offer.
You mentioned some of the new exhibitors coming here to the show this year. Can you give us a flavour of some of those people?
Yeah, I mean, I think like we've got TAFE here, which is an Indian manufacturer, which is, I suppose, is well known around the world, and the aforementioned latter Massey products that they used to develop, but they're here, and we've also got some well returning manufacturers from Italy as well. They've got a whole exhibition zone just for Italian smaller manufacturers as well. One of the, I suppose, the biggest manufacturers to return back to LAMMA is Kuhn, which is the French machinery manufacturer.
Of course.
Which, yeah, it's fantastic to see them back at the show as well.
James, why do you think tens of thousands of people come to this show?
I think it's just that big boys toys sort of mentality a lot of the time. Great shiny new kit. It was
so
fantastic.
much kit here today.
Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic to see last night everybody on setup. They were all working so frantically and hard to get everything polished up and ready to go for the show. So yeah, no, it was fantastic to see that, and I think the visitors have got a lot to enjoy at the show for that.
You mentioned in your first answer there, it has been, 2024 was a very difficult, challenging year for farmers and growers across all sectors.
Yeah.
Can you just describe some of the atmosphere here today when you're talking to kind of machinery dealerships?
Yeah, I mean, speaking to manufacturers themselves that are exhibiting here, there's been a little bit of an uplift in positivity from what I've gauged speaking to them over the last today basically, and a lot more. I suppose they've adjusted and realigned to the market in 2024, which was very challenging for them, and they've come back and they've got a lot of more positive dialogue from. I suppose there's always that key farmer that's very business minded and business focused, and they're always going to want to develop the business, going forward, and they need the kit that's in this exhibition centre to develop the business and move on. So yeah, there's business to be done, there's deals to be made. It's a nice feeling, I think, for manufacturers, but yeah, they're happy to meet, mingle and chat to people, I think, is the main thing.
Yesterday, of course, you got a chance to preview some of the kit and have a little bit of a walk around.
Yeah.
If there were, say, 2 items of kit that you are like, yes, you must go and see, what would they be?
I mean, I suppose a big flagship one that you've not seen in the UK before is the Case AF10 Combine, which is a phenomenal bit of kit. And then also, I suppose, just looking about. Richard Larrington Trailers is back at the LAMMA show, and they've got a colossal grain trailer on fully flotation tyre technology. So yeah, something quite standout and provocative, I suppose, for a bigger farm.
And in terms of that technology and innovation coming through, what are you seeing within the sector?
There's definitely a change to more. I think farmers that are very business focused are conscious of how the environment is for employees and looking for workforce, and the robotics and things are definitely a driver into the future. So business efficiency and robotic technology and spraying technology that uses that to reduce inputs.
And obviously there's a lot of pressures coming in for farmers in all directions at the moment, but obviously a lot of emphasis on climate change, reducing emissions, that net zero journey. Mm-hmm. How can some of these bits of kit help with farmers on that journey?
I mean, I suppose one of the big things for arable farmers, and a big push that's been for a number of years, is to move towards a direct drilling system or a no-till system to effectively keep the carbon locked up in the soil. I mean, the weather and the challenging years that we've had, 2023, 2024, has brought people back round to a plough and combination system, which has been around for 30, 40, 50 years or more. But, those key focuses in net zero and climate change are definitely still there, and you will still see that gradual change where people are more proactive in looking at soil management techniques and also reducing inputs drastically. And the technology in fertiliser application, slurry application and seeding all reflect that vision.
Do you think more and more farmers now are making that transition?
Yeah, definitely. I mean we've seen successive governments grant fund those sorts of products and machinery and implements. There's challenges at the moment, but at the same time there is still people out there with those possibilities to look and develop that implement those bits of kit on the farm.
And James, you're an arable farmer yourself.
Yeah.
Give the viewers a little flavour of your setup on your farm and kind of what you see the future direction in 2025. Any challenges, but also what are you looking forward to? I guess weather is a big thing. Let's hope not as bad as 2024. I
mean, yeah, weather's always been a favourite topic of conversation for farmers, hasn't it? And it's been challenging for the past few years, definitely. But I think looking at crops in the ground at the moment, I feel very optimistic on the home farm of where the season's going to lead. We've got stuff in the ground which we just didn't get in the ground last year, which is always a positive. I'm going to look to develop some of those carbon credential aspects into the business, I think, going forwards. But that's a very broad picture, and we'll look to the future for that, I think.
I think you're right. So Sustainable Farming Incentive, are you signed up? Is that right in saying that you are signed up to it? I think a lot of farmers are almost, tipping their toe in the water a little bit with the scheme, seeing how it works for their farm system, because inevitably it works differently on different farms. But how are you finding that scheme and that government funding and support coming through and replacing BPS?
Yeah, I mean, I think in all honesty, the SFI scheme has been developed with and for farmers. And it's not often that like a farming industry could have got that kind of opportunity to develop a system, and there's lots of great things in it that business can use and tools that you can use to develop. And the way that system's now set up, I think payment rates and how they're distributed through the year is a lot better for cash flow, particularly in an arable business where a lot of your cash flow is locked up into blocks of seasonal blocks. But it's I think it is a positive, and the industry has to look forward at that, because if you go to the rest of Europe, there is a bit of an envy over the SFI scheme and how it works compared to European offerings, in all honesty.
It'll be interesting to see how those offerings evolve over the next 12 months in that scheme, and how many more farmers sign up. Obviously, this kit here, some extortionate investment is needed in some of this kit. In terms of grants and funding, what is out there for farmers?
I think a lot of it, when you speak to manufacturers, they're very much promoting how SFI can link into that piece of machinery. So, for instance, if you're looking at enhanced legume mixes in grassland and those sorts of things, there's a lot of small seeding bits of equipment on grass harrows and those sorts of bits of equipment where you could say, I'm going to invest in that SFI, it's going to pay me so much a hectare, the machine costs me X, and over the hectarage of my farm that I'm going to implement that in, I can pay that machine off over X amount of years. And that's how that investment is working for those sorts of businesses.
Have you personally on your farm had benefits from grants and funding? Has that been a benefit within your farming system? Yeah,
you always have to be out there looking for new opportunities, and I've been fortunate in the past to receive some of those funding opportunities. And I think I'd say go out and try and get as much as you can, take as many opportunities as you can, and be tenacious and get out there effectively.
No, definitely. We can't not have a discussion about politics. I don't want to talk too much and delve too deep, but obviously Farmers Guardian are running the Save Britain's Family Farm campaign. We've got the NFU president doing a speech on inheritance tax now. How much is this having an impact on the sector?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
And in terms of farmer confidence?
I think it was an inevitable blow for the industry, and a bit of a knock, certainly for most of industry. And when you've got to consider cash flow and the logistics of how you manage your business going forwards, it's another factor to negotiate when your time's so finite, isn't it? And effectively, I think the industry's always got an optimistic smile in the background somewhere, but it's just how we negotiate and reposition the industry going forwards. There's inevitably going to be some fatalities along the way within the industry, which is a real shame, because there's a lot of great minds and great individuals in the industry that drive innovation forwards. But I think you're always going, as long as those innovators can just sift their way to the top, I think it'll be negotiated some way or another.
There's a real focus, isn't there, now on that business mindset. I liked that optimistic smile that farmers have to adopt through the goods and the bad points. Yeah. But for 2025, what do you see kind of the future of machinery? What do you think? Any new innovations coming out? Do you see down the line? Can you give us a little bit of an exclusive, James?
I briefly spoke about sprayer technology, and that is a real development. There's a big emphasis and a big push by successive governments to reduce agriculture's environmental impact, and that's not just in the UK, that's globally. And a lot of that sprayer technology that's coming to the forefront now is using camera-based systems where they are effectively measuring or identifying weeds and then spraying those individual weeds out and having 70, 80, 90% reductions in chemical inputs onto the farm, and that technology is going to develop forwards into the future, and hopefully at some point we'll have it where at the moment it's what they class as a green on brown system, so it'll identify weeds against the soil, but in the future we're hoping for a green on green system where effectively you can spray diseases out of crops with a much lower chemical input.
So a really exciting time in the industry as well.
Yeah, definitely.
With all this innovation coming through. Obviously labour, huge issue across all sectors, particularly also within arable as well. It's an issue that doesn't seem to be going away. The inevitable question, how do we tackle labour shortages?
Yeah, I mean, I've spoke to other farming individuals, other businesses, and they always say, that I suppose there's an inevitable robotics technology is going to pick up some of that slack, and that is where a lot of the innovation is. Whether you've got robotic parlours, whether you've got robotic feeders, bedding up machines, it's giving more time to the farmer to assess his stock and his system in those sorts of businesses.
Are you seeing more robotic technology and kit coming through, would you say, in the last 12 months? Or
Definitely. I mean, there's been a big push, and I think overseas development, and manufacturers have had a key investment in focusing on those digital innovations, to be honest, to make it a reality. Yeah.
I'm really interested, James, obviously you've been covering LAMMA show for Farmers Guardian over the last couple of years. How have you seen it evolve and change? Obviously it's got a lot bigger, and a lot more people attending.
I mean, I suppose the biggest change has been that we've come indoors, we in the past it's been some bitter...
You wouldn't know that yesterday, it was absolutely freezing.
Well, they've turned the heating on today, haven't they, so we're fortunate for that, but no, I mean, we've had some bitterly cold shows, haven't we, out in the outdoors, and I think it gives a completely different feel to the show. I think it's what manufacturers wanted, to bring the show indoors. You've got a much higher footfall as well off the back of it. And I think that's also brought back some real key players into the industry, manufacturers as well, that have come back to the show to see it develop as well.
And James, what do you think farmers get out of this show, those conversations with manufacturers? What do you think they really grasp from it?
I mean,
there's definitely a mixture of different generations here.
Yeah, there is, and I think the manufacturers have a real key focus. They also, beyond just doing the show, they bring a lot of dealers here, so they have all the product specialists, key individuals from manufacturers across the world. So there's guys over here from France and Germany and stuff like that, and those have got some real technical knowledge that farmers can pick up if they want some real key detail on specific machines and those sorts of developments. And then also, if you just want a bit of a chat and a brew and a catch up, it's as much a social environment as it is anything else. So.
No, it definitely feels like that, and I mean, before the doors even opened this morning, people were queuing up, and then as soon as they opened, they flocked in. They just love kind of the atmosphere here, isn't it? And the big, like you say, the big shiny kit, being able to catch up with friends alike. I think it's just a very special show. Yeah,
I think it's always a bit of a competition with farmers on who can get through the door the first and be here the earliest. To be honest, I've got friends and family that have come and raced up this morning. But it's just one of those, isn't it?
They often stay for the 2 days as well. There's some people that call for it to be a 3-day event.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to grow, isn't it, into the future and see where the event goes.
Yeah, definitely. LAMMA is sticking around. Profitability, obviously, that's really in focus at the moment. In terms of machinery sales, how are we seeing that? How are we seeing the second-hand sales of machinery?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a strong second-hand machinery market for probably the past 24 months or so. It has dropped off and tailed off a little bit, I think purely off the back of inflation, and also borrowing costs has been a big factor in that. And I think new machinery has become back in the focus for a lot of buyers because manufacturers are being very keen on price points and also how they can finance machines, and a total cost of purchase is definitely a word that I'm hearing, or a phrase that I'm hearing a lot more from manufacturers, where bigger lines and bigger bits of more expensive machinery are sold on a total cost of purchase basis, where a farm can fix their costs to serviceability and also warranties as well, and extended warranties to make sure that their costs remain static across the peaks and troughs of what we see in the industry.
So it's really adapting, isn't it, to the current climate in there. Obviously, this is a very heavy arable focus here at LAMMA Show, but also there is machinery available for livestock farmers as well, and obviously mixed farmers. But just pinpoint some of the machinery available for livestock farmers.
Yeah, I mean, there's one of a creek feeder unit that won the LAMMA Bronze Award for livestock machinery, and effectively it's a automated system where stock that might be in a suckler herd or something in the field, you can take the concentrate feed to the field, and then livestock can be tagged and then obviously feed out of that unit to the set rates. The other one is Tapari's got a automatic injecting gun that they've launched at the show, so that's a big development. And the dosing gun effectively can set different dose rates based on the animal's weight. So as it comes through the crush and it's weighed, that dose will be then put into the gun to the set amount for that weight of that livestock animal.
It's all about efficiency.
Efficiency, and then away you go, as it's run through the crush as quickly as possible. But yeah, and that's also reducing, the vaccination inputs as well, isn't it?
Obviously, a lot of kit here today. What do you think will attract the biggest crowds?
I think British manufacturers are always one that are a big standout at the show, and it's great to see JCB back. They've always got a big flagship stand, some big key innovations on their stand. I mean, they've had the hydrogen project this last week that's been accepted for sale for the hydrogen generators. So,
Can you tell us a bit more about that, James? What does that kind of entail?
Well, I mean, effectively, we're looking to decarbonise the industry, aren't we? So, hydrogen is the technology that I think a lot of the industry are moving towards and looking towards, and it's a big development to see a British manufacturer invest so much in that fuel cell. Effectively, it's much like a diesel engine, but you can fuel it up with hydrogen. It's zero emissions, but you're getting those similar outputs and filling times that you would get with a regular combustion engine. So it's great to see that innovation from a British manufacturer. But yeah, no, it's one of those. The industry's moving forward and changing. It's just time for that development to come into play.
No, definitely. And in terms of kind of, something that we're very passionate about at Farmers Guardian is that future careers in agriculture and jobs. And obviously the arable sector can offer such a range of jobs and opportunities, and in machinery as well. But how do we get that young, bright talent in?
I think, well, to be honest, we were having this discussion, and I know it's a big manufacturer, American manufacturer that unfortunately isn't at LAMMA, but John Deere have really pushed themselves for digital innovation, and how they are envisaged across the globe, and they basically put themselves alongside the likes of Apple and NASA with the digital innovation it shows to draw the biggest and brightest talent in, and I think there's some. I think, like I just mentioned with the hydrogen project at JCB, we need those individuals coming in, and that sort of change and development in key products that will effectively change the way transport across the world is done, as well as ag, is a big draw, I think, from my point of view, for young individuals joining the industry. Yeah.
Going back to politics, I said I wouldn't go back to it, but I am. I know I'm just conscious that the NFU president is doing his speech right now as we speak.
Yeah.
There's calls from the NFU for the whole supply chain to get behind farmers with this inheritance tax route, bit of a mouthful. Do you think some of these people here today that are a vital part of the supply chain, they should be backing farmers?
Yeah, without a doubt. It's the core profitability of a farm business, isn't it, at the end of the day? And farmers effectively want to make money, don't they? Yeah. So, as long as the supply chain can provide that money to back farmers and make a push forward, that's how we can develop.
Well, essentially, it's having ripple effects, isn't it? Because any challenges that a farmer faces, these people here will face that as well, because it will trickle down to them.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I think supermarkets and obviously retailers and things can see that. It's just how they back farmers, but it's definitely we want them to back the industry.
Yeah.
You know, it's a core part of the supply chain and how the industry distributes the product, isn't it? At the end of the day, so you know, yeah, I think if we can pick momentum up from that point of view, I think it can only be a positive, can't it?
No, absolutely. And I'm interested, you know, as your role as within the machinery team at Farmers Guardian, what is it that you love about that position?
What is it that I love about it? I mean, I think it's just meeting different individuals, but also, you know, seeing manufacturers develop their new products. I mean, I'm fortunate enough to travel around the world as well and meet manufacturers.
I'm always very jealous of that one, actually.
Yeah, it's not as glamorous as what it looks or sounds, but, you know, it's those sorts of things, you know, where innovations shown and developed. It's just nice to see. I've always had a key interest in the industry, and kit's one of those things that's always interested me. So yeah, it's nice to see that development over time.
And in terms of kind of, you'll know a lot more than this, in terms of electric and that coming through. We touched upon it slightly, but how is that coming through within the machinery side of things?
Yeah, I mean, if you speak to manufacturers, electric has a place within the industry and how it decarbonises, but also effectively a lot of it's down to what capacity that can deliver power-wise. And you'll see electric development in much smaller hand tools or up to like your ATV, UTV sizes. But beyond that, you look into something like a methane-powered engine or a hydrogen engine to decarbonise the industry. But yeah, you are seeing, I think robotics can offer a little bit of that electrification as well. So yeah, it's one of those.
It's a really exciting time. So much innovation to talk about and so much to see here. Thank you so much, James, for joining me, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
No problem. That was James from the Farmers Guardian machinery team. Right. We're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, I'll be joined in the studio by two special guests, Becca and Charlotte. atmosphere is really building up in here inside the NEC, with thousands of visitors already here to see the latest technology at LAMMA 2025. Don't forget to follow LAMMA Show on all our social media channels. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram and X. And be sure to get involved by using the hashtag LAMMA 2025. Now, I'm thrilled to be joined in the studio by our next guests. With me are renowned farming personalities Becca Wilson and Charlotte Ashley. Becca is a fifth-generation farmer from Yorkshire, and Charlotte comes from her family farm in Cumbria. Thank you both for taking the time to join me today.
Thanks for having us. Anytime.
Obviously, not your first time at LAMMA Show.
No.
What are you most looking forward to today?
Well, I think we've got a few panels and other discussions, which I know it takes you away from the walking around, but you get to meet loads of people who come onto the stand, and it's quite amazing that people are actually coming to see what we have to say.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, it's nice to catch up with people that you have only got email communication with throughout the year, and then all of a sudden you're faced with them in person, and I like that. I think it's nice to come and meet up with people because we are spread out across the country. And I think that disconnect as well, it just makes you feel a bit better, doesn't it?
That social element's really important.
There's a few suppliers, as Charlotte said, who might not be based in Yorkshire. You only email, you only go on the phone, then you come here, have a coffee with them and catch up. So it's a really great opportunity for that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we can't ignore the political backdrop. Obviously, we've had the NFU President Tom Bradshaw speaking this morning about the family farm tax. How much do you think this is having a real shadow over this industry right now? And also, you know, farmer confidence. We've got such big kit here today, you know, inevitably it is affecting investment.
I think it's a massive, massive shadow over, I think farmers like ourselves, you know, we're not farming on a massive scale. We're not necessarily estates who are able to look at much, I guess, bigger options for succession planning. Albeit it has probably started conversations which maybe we hadn't had before.
Yeah, I think it did start a lot of conversations that maybe needed to be had, and maybe pushed people into planning their estates in a way that they, in an earlier stage, which has probably helped them.
Yeah.
But I think just uncertainty, isn't it, for people? They don't know what's going on, they don't know how it's going to affect them, and it's a bit of a scary time for most people. But actually, there are ways for some people around it, but you just have to reach out and try and find that solution first, I think.
I think it's not unfair to say, though, that confidence is so low in farming at the moment, and it's quite hard because we're, you know, online on social media talking about the good, the bad and the ugly of farming at the moment. It is pretty bad, and as you say, you mentioned all the machinery and investments here. Quite simply, some of them will be out of reach for many farmers this year and, you know, for the coming years as well. So I think that's a scary time when we want to do better, we want to be more efficient, we want this technology on our farms, but we simply can't afford it.
And inevitably that comes down to a bit of profitability as well. You know, obviously the farm tax plays a role, but inevitably getting bigger margins for farmers in the sector.
Yeah, I think if people were paid more proportionately, people would be in a better position to be able to afford tax in general, and none of this would have happened. So it has been a long time coming. I think it's been an undercurrent for a long time that things aren't necessarily on an even keel, and I think it's brought about conversation that needed to be had.
Yeah. I think one thing, and obviously organisations like Farmers Guardian are really trying to get the message across, and I would say, I know it's a farming publication, but get the message across to consumers and the public as well that we do pay taxes in other areas of business. It's this tax which actually does rely on the profit to be able to afford it, and no business should have to sell their shop floor, as it were, to pay a tax. To me, that's not a fair tax.
Over the weekend, obviously Morrison's spoke publicly showing their support for farmers around the inheritance tax route. How much does the responsibility and role of others in the supply chain take within all this debate?
Massively, I think. I don't think there has been enough of a spotlight shone on supermarkets at present, because ultimately they are responsible for the pricing, and, you know, yes, they'll drop prices and rise prices and things like that, but yeah, definitely I think that's a conversation that needed to be had.
I think one thing, though, in that we've seen lots of action from farmers, kind of differing levels of disruption, shall we say. I don't think disrupting the public at the supermarket gates is actually the right thing to do. Supermarkets, yes, they have massive profits, but if we can try and get them on side, that is the best thing that we can do, because they have the big voice and they have the power.
I think Morrison's behind the scenes as well have actually been trying to broker meetings with other supermarkets, and they have actually been trying their best. So very misguided, but it just shows the desperation of some farmers and where they're willing to turn to get that outlet, because they feel like they're not being heard, they feel like they're not being listened to, and I think something definitely needs to, they need a focus, definitely, because otherwise it will go off on a tangent to places like blockading Morrison's, which a lot of us maybe who had researched a little bit more knew that was a bad move. I disagree with that in the strongest sense. Any other supermarket, fair enough, I can take that, but Morrison's, I think they have done their utmost to stand by farmers, and I think we should have stood by them better.
Something I want to talk to you both, obviously you're both farmers in your own right. Obviously, Charlotte, you've been documenting your transition to dairy, which I found, can I say, fascinating.
Me too, I don't know anything about dairy.
Every bit of it, so really, really enjoyed it, so thank you for that. But I really want to pick up on some of the challenges you've had in making that transition, and any regrets, any lessons that you've learned.
I haven't put this on the internet. I had to tip half a tank of milk away before getting on the train. I forgot to press a button. That's it. I forgot to. I tubed a cow that was poorly, and I forgot to press a button. And then came out the next morning and went to look at the computer and went, the whole thing's going to have to be tipped away. It is such a steep learning curve. I can't tell you. It is, but it's not. I think with farming, we talk about it and we don't necessarily put enough emphasis on the fact that if you do something wrong, something dies, you lose a lot of money. I mean, that would have been about £2,000 worth of milk, and on the video is very dramatic. It comes spurting out the tank. But it's just one of those lessons.
It is dramatic, though. It's a dramatic situation. I think channels like yours, for farmers and non-farmers, because we've learned things. It is really important to show those realities that farming can look cute and fluffy when you've got lambs or calves. But actually,
in a split second, things can go terribly wrong.
It can. Yeah, we've had a bit of a hard calving. We've been calving a couple of 37 heifers over Christmas. So Christmas was quite rubbish. Spirits were low. We didn't really do a lot with the children, if I'm perfectly honest. I've been up every night, 5-6 times a night. Normally on the phone to you because she doesn't sleep at all. And
we have our best ideas.
I don't know how you fit all this in.
We don't. It's just lack of sleep.
Do you know what I will say there? The reason we can do this is the people at home. We always try and say, I've got my mum and dad who are picking up things at home. So, we've got lambs off to market, we're lambing.
You've got that support back.
You've got Roy. Roy is absolutely. I always, in every panel discussion or meeting or anything that I do, I can't thank Roy enough. He allows me the freedom to be able to go off and do things like this. Like, in reality, I should not be here, at all. We've got a friend coming in and helping today, but it just is that, it's the weight of responsibility that I think only farmers can understand, really. And I don't mean that in a gatekeeping kind of way, but really, I can ring you and say, I can't get off the farm, I can't reply to this, I've not answered my phone. And it's an understood thing between a farmer and a farmer, because you know the weight of responsibility. But also, I'm about to go on a panel discussion about how we get children into farming and how to be inspirational. And so it's that fine line, isn't it, of showing the realities and the real story, and yet making it attractive enough that you want the industry to carry on.
That balance, which is very hard at the moment,
particularly
in the current climate.
And it's hard content-wise as well to keep it on an upbeat fashion. Because you could very much go down a rabbit hole in a minute of just posting political posts or just...
So in preparation of that panel, how do we get the next generation involved? I mean, it's a question that comes up time and time again, to try and make this industry attractive to people from a farming background and non-farming background.
And I always answer with things like, don't underestimate the power of social media. And I know if someone says influencer and we go, and we do. We do. I get really cross. You've got to take that with a pinch of salt that someone's calling you an influencer. Look at the fact that you have some element of influence over the youngsters that you're reaching. And, when someone will come to me and say, my daughter watches your YouTube channel and she's 12, and I'm like, do you know what, that is...
But I guess that's your driver, to get, to do the content that you're doing. If you're seeing people engaging in that content, that's what you want.
Just
and
be
inspiring.
Inspirational. And then that's when you post your lambing pictures and your nice pictures and your, your sunsets and your gambling cows and all the rest of it. That's the bit that's inspiring. But then you do have to obviously keep that balance. Yeah, you do have to keep that balance. It's quite hard work.
On your farm, Becca, what do you see are the challenges coming up in 2025? Obviously, you're a mixed farm.
Yeah, that's right.
But what's some of the challenges? I know you started lambing.
Yes. So I think massively, and this is broad, it's financial viability.
Yeah.
And most farmers are struggling with that at the moment. If you're not, I suspect there's a good diversified income source, or perhaps for some farmers, they don't actually have their finger on the real costs. And learning what our real costs are, we've done some benchmarking things and been involved with some other organisations and I guess focus groups. Sometimes people think they're wishy-washy, but oh my goodness, have they been interesting to learn where we are in relation to other farms. So financial viability is massive, and ultimately it's a phrase that we always talk about, but we're price takers, and we couldn't move however many tons of wheat directly to a consumer. Yes, we might be able to sell some lamb boxes or whatever, but ultimately we're not setting the price for what we're selling. And whilst we do not get paid a price which covers the cost of production, that is my main. It's a massive worry. It gives, I'm sure, most farmers sleepless nights. But I think on some more targeted level things, where obviously we've just seen foot and mouth in Germany. Is blue tongue still having an impact on lambing and things like that? We had Schmallenberg last year, which I know some farmers are embarrassed to talk about, but I very much...
disease threats are there.
Exactly. So I think that's going to be a massive... Financial viability underpins everything, but the livestock side, I think disease, we've got avian flu,
Scab.
This is it. I think it's a really scary prospect, and if as farmers we're not doing things right at those base levels, some things we can't do anything about, but we've got to be really, really on it with practices on our farm and making sure they're the best possible.
At the highest level of government, obviously the DEFRA Secretary isn't attending today. We've got the Shadow DEFRA Secretary, Victoria Atkins. But if he was here today, Steve Reed, what would you say?
He's wearing cardboard for me,
What would you say is the top priorities for this government to get this farming sector back on track?
I think an impact assessment of what they're actually doing. I don't know whether...
It's been called for a long time, Charlotte, even from the previous
government.
I know.
And when we met with both our MPs when we went to London lobbying for with the NFU, and that was one of the questions that weirdly I asked your MP, has there been an impact assessment done? And the answer was no back then. And then it came out in the news a couple of weeks later that there hadn't been one. And that shocks me. That how can they not understand the implications of what they're putting in place? And I think if they did that properly, I don't mean just a wishy-washy version, if they did that properly, they'd realise how many people are actually being affected. And it's just the trust issue, isn't it? Confidence has been lost.
Yeah, yes. And those impact assessments would consult the sector. That's when you get that buy-in from the farmers.
Where has the consultation been? And who are they consulting? That's the problem. Who are the people that are sitting on the boards? Who are the panels that they're talking to?
That say it'll be fine.
They might have a fruit farmer from Kent and somebody else. Well, where's the dairy farmer? Not necessarily from Cumbria, but where's the dairy farmer? Where's the...
All your fans.
I think we need a real recognition of the importance of domestic food supply.
Yes.
Because again, that underpins the fact that, okay, well, if it's important, we need a fair price. If it's important, then perhaps let's not put land use at risk, for example. So that for me is massive. But I think the list of jobs that they're making themselves just gets bigger every day.
Impact assessment, fairness in the supply chain, focus on domestic production. The government have a real emphasis on, public procurement, making sure that our public services, hospitals, prisons have 50% of the food that is homegrown.
It's keeping the public's trust in farming as well, though.
Yeah.
Because how far do we have to go to sort of erode at that trust that they've got in us now to make a difference? And we don't, honestly, that's the worry. People don't want to be protesting or annoying. Anything we do at the forefront of your mind is, I don't want to annoy the public, because we do have public belief in farming and they are on our side. And yet anything we do, I think we've got to be careful that we don't ruin that trust with us.
There's not many sectors where you feel like the reputation of your whole sector is on, I guess, and not to sound self-entitled, but people who put themselves out there on social media. We're pushing a reputation of our whole sector, which comes with it a responsibility. But actually, can the government not value us and show that our reputation is positive, we're doing the right things, we're doing what's asked of us? So I think the responsibility falling on people's shoulders who are spokespeople or who go on the news or who sit on committees is massive.
I think tables have turned in that respect, though, that, in years gone by, people were picked from organisations and they were put on the news because they were a good representation, and now anyone can do that. You can put yourself online, and you need to take that responsibility seriously and put the best version of yourself and our industry out there, because whether we like it or not, we are a representation of our industry, and we need to take that seriously.
Absolutely. There's a lot of misinformation, particularly online. Obviously, you document your farming day-to-day life on social media. How do you deal with some of kind of the negative publicity that gets? And manage that? And do you just have to kind of remind yourself why you're doing this?
Half the time, I think you look at it from behind the scenes and realise that people are probably misinformed. It's not their fault. People will only see what you show them. And if they've been showed the wrong thing, then that's what they'll believe. So we've just got to put our best foot forward. I don't think there's necessarily any point in arguing with these people. I don't think there's any point in combating the misinformation. I think just ignore it. Other people might disagree with me. I think just blanket. I'm not really bothered. All we can do is show our best practices, and showing your truth is all you can do. And the truth will always come out, which is fine.
Yeah, I would say I'm in two quite, I guess, less controversial sectors. Arable and sheep. It's not ripping away calves from their mother. It's not intensive pigs or poultry.
And actually, you have to come to terms with doing that.
It happens, but how are we
I do
it?
that. And I was always the person, I stood online and I said, we're a beef farm. I don't do that. No, I'm a dairy farmer and I do that every day. And
I think if you can be as transparent as possible throughout the whole process, then it leaves people's imaginations. Well, it gives them less chance to run wild. So I guess
you can
they
show
can't
your
fill in the
why.
dots. They can't fill in the dots incorrectly. But I think one thing that actually we've got a problem with at the moment is animosity from within farmers. How can farmers drag other farmers down, or people in agriculture drag people in agriculture down? We're all in this together, and in theory, to my mind, we're all facing the same challenges. So a united front, we can all go and stand and protest together, but can we all be nice online? People struggle with that. So I think
there's that shield, isn't it, behind that people feel like
it's just psychology, isn't it? Really, though, it's quite a divisive sector, isn't it? But it's an interesting job to be doing.
So we've got some exciting news with your collaboration. Wilson and Ashley Wilson.
So how has it been a conversation?
Did it cause any conflict in terms of who's going to be the first?
Well, no, it was my the whole thing has been going on for about a year, and it was my idea. I went forward with it. I did everything, and then obviously I literally dragged Rebecca in, who didn't want to.
Willingly.
Here I am. She's very busy. And then during the name change, it was going to be into farming unscripted, into ag unscripted, and I'd come up with all these names. Anyway, I just thought it sounded better.
And we actually...
And that was the message. It sounds better like this.
Somebody said to us, alphabetical, Ashley and Wilson. And
nope.
You were like...
It sounds better Wilson and Ashley. Ashley and Wilson sounds like a solicitor's.
Well, we got told we sound like an auctioneer's, didn't we?
I'll take that.
So tell us about what the podcast is all about. What do you hope to achieve? I know there's going to be a lot of kind of travelling around. What's your kind of main aim of it?
So to begin with, I went on another absolutely wonderful podcast, really, really good, and I was struck on the good sound quality. And I know that sounds ridiculous. I really struggle listening to other podcasts. I'm really deaf. It's probably something I should get seen to. But anyway, I struggle with the differentiation in the sound. So you've got one person in an echoey room, one person in a really in a podcast room, and that difference in sound just really annoys me. So I thought, how can I get a studio on the farm? And then I thought, I'm not going to get people from Birmingham up to Cumbria. It's just not going to happen. Yeah. So I will never get, on my own, people drawn to me because we're in the middle of nowhere. So I thought about a shipping container. I thought about...
That's what you said, like a
camper van, and realised how much they were. And then I settled on a trailer. Yep. So set out going and looking for this trailer. And it ended up with an absolutely superb show trailer. It's really, really cool. It's cool.
So it's up and ready? It's all decked out?
No,
not yet.
Everything's
Branding.
in it.
Right.
But it's being done. And then, so it's going to be amazing. So we're going to go around. It is not going to be a guest-based podcast. It's going to be more on the journalistic side. So we'll deep dive recent articles, trends, issues in farming, the countryside.
Farmers Guardian's coverage, right?
Yeah, literally.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly that.
Leading the way.
I think one thing as well, which we kind of discussed which would work, is having the trailer means that, for example, if I'm lambing, we can park the trailer at the farm at home, and I can literally nip in, record, Charlotte nips down to my house, and I'm back into the lambing shed. vice versa when Charlotte's at her busy time, and then you don't have that lag that you get sometimes with virtual recordings, which they're the way of the world.
Yeah.
But we thought, let's really progress this. Let's go in kind of.
But like we can pitch up on your driveway and say, jump on in for the chat. Yeah. And it's not necessarily, so if we go, say, for instance, to Gareth Wyn-Jones's, only because he stood over behind you and I'm looking at him, if we want to go to Wales, we're going to pitch in at Gareth's house and we're going to get him in the trailer. It's not going to be about Gareth. He's just going to join in on the podcast, and we're still going to discuss the same articles we would, but it's just bringing that another voice in.
Yeah. So another voice, to that analysis that you're doing.
And it's going to be more about the topics at hand, which I think...
I mean, you've got plenty of topics to
go.
Oh my God.
Well, this was kind of what I started with my thought process, thinking there's just so much going on and there's so much we should be talking about that we don't. Yeah. And also... people maybe keep it slightly PC, slightly fluffy, and I'm not saying we're going to start swearing and things because we're not, but we'll maybe talk about things that you wouldn't get on other podcasts, you know, the impact of different things on farming and whether or not it's the right thing for the industry. Yeah, slightly more controversial things, but like in more of a fact-finding kind of way instead of a judgmental kind of way,
so
which is where I want
honest, open, raw discussion.
Yeah, there's going to be lots of voice notes, isn't there?
Yeah, we want to hear from...
I want people to send. I've just got it in my head.
That's really cool.
Send your voice notes, and we'll literally have them played. It's going to be fun.
I might have to mute some.
Yeah.
Mute some out.
Definitely. In terms of LAMMA, you know, there are so many people here. We're expecting around 40,000 visitors over the next 2 days. We talked about profitability and, you know, such expensive kit here. I'm just interested on your own farms. That kind of vision of investment for 2025, is it something that you're kind of holding back on just because there's so much uncertainty?
I think purely just to the investment that we've made over the last year. We have no money. We are paying back some pretty big borrowings, and once we've done that we can look towards investment, but at the minute, having said that, we need, and I mean it's a necessity, we need slurry storage. Regardless of how much it costs, it's a necessity. So that's something that we need to really, really look at seriously and price up. Yeah. But you know, that's the thing about farming. When you look at it from the ground up, everything is a huge investment. You know, all these massive things, they cost so much money, and it is hard. It's finding that balance of, you know, inspiring people and the rest of it. But like, how do you say? I couldn't tell you how much money we spent. Honestly, it's
and that comes
crazy.
With a lot of pressure.
It does. And would you like to encourage people to do that? I don't know.
that makes me think, you know, we were talking about careers and the next generation, you know.
Like, would I've had the conversation
take on that debt?
Exactly. Or is it just a one-off payment? Is it just our burden to have and then we hand it on to, say, my children or whoever? Is it just our burden that we've done that investment and then it's okay and they roll on from there?
But I think that's where the conversation of around, you know, tenancies, council tenant farms, which are such important start-up farms for people that want to get into the sector. That's why we cannot be losing those. There's so much going on in terms of kind of council budgets, around kind of council farms being left off, and you know that's a real concern because it's a way in.
There's so many ways to farm, and I think actually people, particularly not from a farming background, may not be aware of all these different structures that can be in place. I think that's something, as you say, there are opportunities for it, but they're dwindling through no fault of farming or agriculture or the countryside, through decisions at a higher political policy level.
That's the thing, everything comes back to government policy,
but we're so consumed in it. You know, you are for your social media content, I am for my job, but a lot of farmers are actually blissfully
very
so
unaware.
Detached and unaware
and
of
if you ask any of the younger generation, they genuinely don't know, and the only thing they know about it is what they are consuming on mainstream social media, which is very dangerous, and it's why you've got to have the correct information put out there.
It's big tractors and it's big setups, but they had to be paid for somewhere along the line, and actually problem that then necessitates is the crazy hours to pay back, you know, the loan or the borrowings, which in itself, I mean, we could do a whole session just talking about that, but there's quite an unhealthy attitude to a work-life balance, and we talk about it. We don't have a life balance, but it's not something to be proud of.
It's not to be encouraged.
Exactly.
It isn't. And you know, I'd read something that said, at what point does hard work mean that you are like manually exerting yourself? And do you look down on someone who sits in an office as not working as hard as you because you are Sorry, we're podcasting.
Yeah, but with a work-life balance.
But do you?
element
Like,
of
do
it.
you look down on someone who sits in an office and think, you don't work as hard as me because you're not manually hurting yourself?
I
And
think
the physical
Yeah, it's
side
that-
of the farming, yeah.
And it's an interesting conversation, isn't
It is.
it?
And I think the honest truth is that you do look at people who have a normal kind of work schedule, who earn a guaranteed salary. And I have to say, I think we can only be human to say sometimes there's jealousy for people who have a life which to us seems simple. It's not for them. Our life to them seems idyllic.
Isn't
and
it
it's
funny
an
how the grass
understanding.
is always greener?
Yeah.
So if you live in the middle of a city, you work in an office, you love the countryside and you aspire to have a house in the country and all the rest of it, and yet us, with acres of land around us, all we want is like a clean house and central heating that you flip on with a switch. Working broadband.
Working broadband is a definite.
No, yes, I don't want any cracks in the walls. None.
Definitely. Obviously, we talked quite a lot about, some of the challenges that the sector is facing right now, but I really want to end this interview on some positivity, holding on to that, and optimism. So in terms of kind of two things that you are really excited about for 2025, first I'll go to Becca and then I'll go to you, Charlotte. What
Well
two
done,
things?
because she can think faster.
No, I actually think it's hard that takes me a longer time to think of than the things that I'm
Yeah, I
worried
know.
about. Personal level, hopefully what we can achieve, that is just in a sense of achievement way, but ultimately we're diversifying our farm businesses, which is vital. The other thing is, I'm always excited to see, I guess, the fruition of our season's work, whether that's getting through to selling lambs, whether that's getting through to harvest. I'm excited to see where we're at, how you've done that. Work is everything in that season. So fingers crossed for then.
And Charlotte, very quickly, because
I
we only
think
have 30
I'm
seconds.
really excited. Sorry, I'm really excited about getting to know the dairy farming calendar a little bit better and getting to grips with that. I really am. And definitely the podcast is going to be absolutely amazing. Yeah. I'm pleased with the name.
Definitely. Thank you so much for joining me today. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Time now for a short break. When we return, Cliff will be back in the studio joining me. He'll be joined by Jill Hewitt, Samantha Downey and David Rose from Agri Wellbeing Alliance. So stay tuned.
Agriculture is always different, but somehow the same. It's not about what we do, but how we do it. Creating quality is what really counts for us. We use technologies to connect us, to make the right decisions. We can't influence the weather or prices anyway. But how we do our job is down to us. And we do our best every day. We accept every challenge. We are never alone. We live partnership, rely on trust, respect nature, and reap reliability. Because it's worth it in the end, in every respect. We are pioneers and drive change. We are the future.
Okay, so Bear, you'll need to count me in because I can't hear. I'm good to go. I'm free. Relax. Cool. It's a clusterfuck anyway, always, live telly. So just how you quietly... do you want to lose that? Do you want to lose your thingies? Yeah, just do that. A little piece... welcome back to Agriconnect TV. As you can see, it's live television with all the usual wrinkles. We'd love to hear where you're tuning in from today. Use hashtag LAMMA25 and get involved with the conversation. Now, I'm joined in the studio by three really special guests. Jill Hewitt, CEO of the National Association of Agricultural Contractors, Sam Downey, Managing Director of Mates in Mind, and Professor David Rose, the Elizabeth Creek Chair in Sustainable Agricultural Change. They're here today to tell us about the Agri Wellbeing Alliance, a newly formed coalition pulled together by the Crown Estate, Mates in Mind, and the National Association of Agricultural Contractors, which I'm going to call the NAAC for short, IOSH Rural Industries Group, Farm Safety Foundation, the Yellow Wellies, and the Farming Community Network. Jill, I'm going to start with you and say welcome back. You were with us last year. Have you weathered well?
I hope so. I hope you will tell me I've weathered well.
You obviously moisture regularly because you look not a day older than you were last year.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Well, it's just good to hear. So would you like to tell us a little bit about the new alliance?
Yeah, so what we're wanting to do is a few things really. Raise the profile of mental health in this industry, help those particularly who are accidental counsellors to be able to respond in the right way if they are asked, put under pressure or other people are offloading problems onto them. But I think the main thing is we want people to be able to talk.
It's interesting. So, Sam, we've heard the phrase accidental counsellor. This is the joys of live television. We'll get talked over, so don't worry about that. So I'm not sure everybody at home will know what an accidental counsellor is. You're the subject matter expert coming from a mental health charity. So tell us a little bit, please, about an accidental counsellor.
Well, I think it's a phrase that's been used in the research, and it helps us understand what we're talking about in that context. But I think what we're really talking about is relationships, the relationships we all have day to day, where we chat to somebody that maybe delivers something or that's giving us another service. Perhaps if we go off the farm, it's an interaction we have in a shop or something. So what we're talking about is those relationships where we get to know someone over time and we have a conversation with them that might be more honest than we usually have. And because that relationship's built up, we might have an opportunity to share with them what's really going on. And so they move from just being a casual interaction of how are you to having a slightly deeper conversation. And they're really important.
Yeah, they definitely are. And on that point, from my own experience with sort of military mental health, the absence of the normal or the presence of the abnormal in somebody, actually that accidental counsellor who maybe delivers every week will see that person over a period of time and notice a change. And I imagine that's a key factor as well, is it?
It's really important because we build relationships with people over time, don't we? And we notice not just what they say to us, but how they say it, how they look, what else is going on, maybe how the farm looks, what's the state of things there, is there anything that's raising a concern to you? And that gives you a chance to ask another question, maybe not just how are you, but what's really going on, or I've noticed something. And I think that's where we're talking about that accidental counsellor role. And what we want to make sure is those conversations stay real and natural and comfortable for both people involved, that the person responding, the accidental counsellor, still holds their normal relationship, but perhaps feels more confident to ask that second time, how are you really, and to respond.
So you're effectively giving them the tools on how to sort of help if they notice a change.
Yeah.
We've talked, I mean, a lot of this is about a relationship, but there's some really sort of hard evidence, and David, I'll sort of bring you in if I can. Where are the stats, and what does the research say about sort of the mental health? If I say crisis, it's a word I choose with some care in our industry.
Yeah, well, the word crisis I think is a good one. I often use the word permacrisis. So farmers who are at the show will know they face challenges on a daily basis. So we do often focus on mental health challenges at times of perceived crisis, concern over the inheritance tax changes, for example. But there are stresses that farmers face on a daily basis, some very large, some very small. And we often find that with mental health challenges, actually it can be something very small that goes wrong on a particular day that will just mean a farmer can no longer cope. And I think we've seen some very good research both in the UK and globally in recent years trying to understand the prevalence of the problem. So RABI's Big Farming Survey in 2021 that spoke to 15,000 farmers in England and Wales explored some of the challenges of farming mental health and some of the drivers, and discovered that perhaps up to a third of farmers in England and Wales were probably or possibly depressed. And the research very much is now moving towards how can we better support farmers, how can we widen the safety net that means that people like these accidental counsellors who come into contact with farmers on a regular basis can feel supported and have the confidence to help farmers that they encounter that they think might be struggling.
See, that's a really interesting point. So, you're building a book of research and stats which are really clear, but actually your own work looks at helping farmers through the enormous changes that our industry is facing. And, mental health and the stigma around it is one of those, and a key one for today. Would you like to sort of talk a little bit about that and how you can help with how you are helping with managing change?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, plenty of research from Australia and Canada and the US, and the Farming Health Hub down in Cornwall with University of Exeter have done some fantastic work. We know that farmers can face difficulties in accessing support for their mental health for a variety of reasons. Either it can be that support is inaccessible, so if you look at primary health care and mental health provision through the NHS, it isn't often very accessible in rural areas. We know that farmers can struggle to find time to get off the farm and find time or access to support when it is available. So increasingly we're moving towards trying to understand how we can better support farmers in places where they are. At agricultural shows like this, at Auction Mart, but also on their own farm. We know that farmers find it easier when there can be stigma to open up to family and friends and advisors, people who they trust, people who they've built a relationship with over many years. Those accidental counsellors we're speaking of have a really good opportunity to spot signs of distress and also support farmers. And I think the Wellbeing Alliance is as much about supporting farmers as it is about the accidental counsellors themselves. We know that these counsellors themselves face a burden of when it comes to helping farmers with these issues. So farmers often share concerns with them, and we don't want farmers to stop sharing concerns with them, but many of these accidental counsellors have to take that back with them. And if they can feel better supported to be able to help those farmers, better supported themselves, I think it could be a win-win both ways.
That's an absolutely fascinating point, isn't it? Because the accidental counsellors, you're not recruiting them, they're already doing this job. Yeah. And actually, I imagine that could be really overwhelming. Jill, some of your members, you're right at the front line on this, contractors visiting farms. I imagine that you're giving your members really good tools in order to deal with this.
Well, we give them all of the support network as to who they could ring or who they could put their customers in touch with. But you're right, contractors themselves are under massive pressure, financial and just dealing with a contracting business and the logistics. But then I spoke to somebody this morning, they go on to 70 other farms and take on their problems as well, which I think contractors are happy that they do. But we need to make sure everybody can deal with that. The contractor has the tools to help the farmer if they need it, but also then the contractor themselves has the tools to help themselves if they need it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sam, just taking a step back if we can. So the new alliance, I saw the Crown Estate, I saw your charity. So how did it come about? And just talk through the sort of different roles of the different members, if you could, perhaps.
Well, initially the alliance was formed by the Crown Estate, Mates in Mind and Jill's organisation, and then we brought in Petra and David, and we've also been joined by Stephanie from the Farm Safety Foundation and Georgina from the Farming Community Network, and we're looking for others to join the alliance. So this is really a call out to say, join us. We know we have a big challenge. Let's work together to make sure that people are confident and competent to respond, and that we also signpost people to the resources that are already available. So we're here both to provide more resource and to amplify the work that's being done. And I think that's really important because we know that there is huge resilience within the sector. So there's something about recognising that and growing that as well as bringing in more.
I think people's access to help is critical. So, does the Alliance have a website, or how do people tell us how do people find?
So you can come and find us today. We're here at the show, and we have a QR code, and we're giving out leaflets, and we can share that. And you can go to our website. So it's matesinmind.org.uk. You can look up there and you can find resources. You can also go to the Farm Safety Foundation stand or to the FCN stand today, as well as to Jill's stand, the NAAC. So any of those places have resource and information available, or we're online.
It'd be lovely if this became sort of part of normal farming life, wouldn't it? That, actually this isn't a new initiative in a year's time. This is something that is just, like the seasons, just something that is there. And so, Jill, tell me what's sort of happened so far. The alliance is, I don't actually, forgive me, know when the alliance was formed. It's relatively new.
Right now.
So right now, well, there we go.
Right now.
You hear it first.
So this is actually our launch platform at LAMMA. So we're really just kicking off the work that we're doing. So David can perhaps tell us in a minute a bit about the research we've just started. And I think, as you said, it's about starting to talk about it more. So I've had a lot of conversations this morning with members about mental health, which we wouldn't necessarily have done before, and we need people to be more comfortable just to talk about it.
I think we all know that that sort of caricature of people in our industry who are stoic and hold their problems close to their chest actually isn't a caricature. It's a really sort of very accurate portrayal in many ways. So David, the research, what's it showing in terms of how we take this forward?
Yeah, so to follow on from what Jill said, I think the importance of the research on this is to evaluate what works, to make sure that we're learning lessons and can make sure that these accidental counsellors have the training and resources they need. So the research as part of this alliance that colleagues and I are doing at Harper Adams is firstly seeking to explore how accidental counsellors are currently supporting farmers, and if they require more support, what format of training and resources do they want that will best enable them to build those competence and skills. So we've got a survey active that's gone around contractors, land agents, agronomists, other agricultural advisors to understand needs. And then moving forwards, this alliance is very much hoping to provide training and resources and equip these accidental counsellors with the skills they need. It's really important to evaluate the impact that has, both on the accidental counsellors and from the farmers, so that we can learn, improve, and understand what impact it is having on farmer mental health. We see in the academic literature a number of fantastic initiatives all over the world that are seeking to support farmers. The impact of those interventions isn't always evaluated, so you don't really know what has worked, what hasn't worked, and that can make it quite difficult to be able to plan future interventions. So the research at Harper is trying to understand what is working, what isn't working, with a view to always iteratively continue to improve the training resources and the support that the Alliance can provide.
That's fascinating. I mean, a sort of Janet and John question I had was that we have ascertained what an accidental counsellor is in our conversation today, but there's 40,000 people coming to LAMMA. I reckon damn nearly 40,000 are going to be accidental counsellors and not know it. How do we educate our people in our industry that actually the vet, the delivery, the milk collection, the lorry, they're all accidental? How do we that move from being, I'll be honest with you, a new phrase for me an hour and a half ago into a normal part of our farming vocabulary?
From my point of view, I think it's talking about it more. So that we don't need to necessarily call them accidental counsellors, but so that they're aware perhaps that they're taking on all these problems. And it's something we can discuss. And the NAC will certainly be talking more about mental health.
Well, I think it's a cracking idea to give it a name because, as I've thought about this, I absolutely get it, and I understand. I'm sure all our sort of colleagues and visitors and chums here today will without doubt see that.
But I think what's really important, though, is what we don't want to do is put farmers off talking to those accidental counters. We're sort of happy that they offload onto us, if you like, because then we're going to equip our members with the tools to deal with that.
I'll stop you there because, Sam, you're not going to stop the farmers because they already are talking to them. Isn't that the sort of entry point of being an accidental counsellor, is that you're having that cup of tea when you collect the milk every week anyway, and what we're doing is just sort of piling in behind that interaction that's going to happen anyway. Is that fair?
I think so. We know that people talk, and we want to encourage them, if anything, to talk more and to help those conversations happen in a way that both people involved have what I would describe as higher levels of emotional literacy. So they're better able to understand their own feelings and when things are building up, and the person receiving the conversation also is better able to understand what they're hearing and their own responses to it and when that's building up. So we're trying to make sure that everyone feels supported, they feel confident, and they feel able to go away from the conversation knowing what they can do about it if they need to take some action. So for example, the accidental counsellor might need to have a chat with someone else, the contractor might need to ring Jill and debrief a bit. The farmer might need some signposting to support. So might the contractor, because we all have issues, as we know, that build up within us, and sometimes we do need to access support. But support often is just a helpful conversation with somebody that's able to listen and give you space to reflect on what's going on. Sometimes we need to signpost to specialist services though. And I think when we're talking about accidental counsellors, that's what we're understanding, is that they want to be able to respond well. They want to know what the specialist services are. They want to know how to help people get to them easily. They want a card or something in their pocket, something they can hand over and feel that they've helped in some way. Because I think we all know that feeling when somebody's in distress and you hear it and absorb it and you care and you want to make a difference. A couple
of things that come out of that. I get that entirely. I think first, we don't want our accidental counsellors to become, to use a phrase, the next mental health casualty because they're holding stuff on. I also think that you've got a tricky job. You've got a world-renowned academic there, but using phrases like increased, emotional literacy is actually going to be perhaps quite difficult for some people. I'm struggling to I think I'm there, but actually making sure we communicate at a way that our constituency get it, I imagine is really tricky. David, this must be something you thought about, how you land your points in a way that isn't an academic paper, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we always try and communicate as well as we can, and I think with conversations around this, very often it isn't using the language of mental health and mental well-being or overly medicalising something. The research we've done at Harper Adams shows that the conversations farmers often find very valuable is the normal everyday conversations with people at auction marts, the advisors, people down the pub, people in the post office that just ask, how are you? You just offload problems, have those very normal conversations, and that helps with mental health, but you don't have to be using the language of mental health.
But isn't that the critical point, actually? I was going to be my next question, actually, yeah. which is you have that conversation. Everyone is assuming they are arriving into a crisis. So the accidental counsellor arrives, and you've got someone who is clearly very distraught. Actually, what you're looking to do, as I understand, is establish, good behaviours so that, 9 months, 12 months, X months earlier, the conversation around the table, the cup of tea, is heading problems off at the pass. Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, Sam is much more of a mental health expert than me, but we know that mental health challenges are on a spectrum.
Yeah.
we have stress, anxiety, depression, and very sadly sometimes suicidal ideation. That can very often be a very long process. And I think what the Alliance wants to do, and what all the other fantastic supporters of mental health, whether it's chaplains or charities and others, want to do, is to be able to help farmers at a very early stage. If you've maybe just had one bad day, you're starting to feel like you're struggling in some way, that's the point at which support can be incredibly valuable and can stop mental health challenges from becoming more of a problem.
And Sam, that's a much easier concept for an accidental counsellor to get their head round, is that this is not a conversation in crisis necessarily.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a conversation many, many months before, just as part of normal life. Is that a fair assessment?
Exactly. We say that we want to make conversations about mental health and well-being be supported, prioritised and happening normally day to day, so that we all feel comfortable talking about how we are, how we're feeling, as well as how we're doing. And I think that if we can do that, we can make it feel okay to say when things have gone well, haven't gone well, or are indeed in crisis, because we want people to have conversations at all those points. We want them to feel confident and comfortable to say at each one of those points how it's going for them that day, whatever their relationship is within the sector, whether they're the farmer or the contractor or the accidental counsellor.
I'd like to think this is a generational problem that will reduce over time, and that, David, might not be the case with the statistics, and I'll come to you in a second on that. But are you going to focus on the next gen so that these established problems that we've talked about are not a problem for the next generation in 15 years' time, or is that just too fanciful a concept?
I think we want to change farming for the future by helping now, but we want to change it now for everyone that's in it now. We are dependent on farming. It's in all our interest to help the sector become more resilient. And so for us, it's about working with everyone in the sector as it is now. And of course, that benefits those coming in. But we also know there's lots of young farmers and those coming into the sector, influencers who are doing great work. So we're trying to connect with them and amplify those voices. But for us, it's very much working with the current contractors, farmers and their families as it is at the current time. So that's our focus.
Dave, just that point I touched on, is the evidence from your research suggesting that the stoic farmer who doesn't talk about his or her problems is a thing of a certain age group, or do you see this continuing with the next gen?
I think there has been a perception. I can find you some papers that suggest that stoicism and stigma can be more of a problem amongst older male farmers, but I think the evidence on that actually is quite weak if you look into it. Younger farmers, female farmers can face just as many stigmas. So I've got a student, I think he's here at this show, Tom Yorker, Harper Adams, who's an FCN volunteer. So he's doing a survey now of students at agriculture universities and colleges across the UK, trying to understand the mental health challenges they face, but also how they look for support. And you can see in some of the initial answers, yes, there are some that feel like they've grown up talking about mental health a bit more, that's more normalised language to them, but many of them still find it challenging to speak out and get support because they fear that it could be used by peers potentially as a way to bully them, or people will think there's something wrong with them and they didn't want people to know that. So I think for younger farmers, there can be still just as much as a stigma, and so it's something that really needs to be addressed everywhere the farmers are, whether it's in the education system, agricultural shows like this, through the Alliance and advisors, everywhere the farmers are, everywhere the farmers congregate, I think this is something that really needs to be addressed.
Jill, your members, I'd be interested to know what sort of average age the NAAC member are, but my own perception is that you've got quite a lot of young people who are contracting.
Yes, it's quite mixed.
And are you still, I saw you nodding at David's comments about, so you're seeing those issues that David raised in terms of young people also having mental health hiccups, bumps in the road as well.
Yes, and I think mental health can affect anybody. Mental health issues. It's just whether we talk about it. And a lot of mental health issues stem from things like bereavement, divorce, financial worries, and then the bigger farming issues that we've got at the moment. And those issues can affect anybody, from young to old. So I think we need to be clear that we are we're absolutely looking at the whole spectrum.
I agree. I think,
but we maybe don't talk about it.
Yeah, I think that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that the younger generation don't have the problems. It's they don't have the perhaps the sort of the stoicism shadow thrown over them that the older generation would do.
But I still think there's some stigma across. I think there's still a stigma at any age over mental health issues.
Well, the three of you wouldn't be stood before me today if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to remove, some of that stigma.
I think the thing as well is, of all sectors, farming is one of the highest intergenerational working sectors where people are handing through families. So I think it's really important when we're thinking about helping make change, that actually wherever we make change, whichever conversation we have, it will go out through a community and a network of relationships, whether they're familial or work relationships. So for us, it really is that every conversation counts. Every time that we can help a conversation to be that bit deeper, that bit better supported, that bit more resource, that opportunity to share it afterwards, that's going to have a positive change, not just on the two people in the conversation, but all those that they're interconnecting with.
Of course, that's a fascinating point, isn't it, that you have the intergenerational behaviours also being passed on. So, you know, the elder of the family is stoic and people see that perhaps as the behaviours to follow. What an absolutely extraordinary, vital conversation we've had this morning. You know, this is a subject that's really close to my heart, and you know, I know how busy the three of you are. So for you to come in today and tell us about the Alliance, I really think has been absolutely fantastic. So thank you so much. I mean, I really, you know, can't emphasise enough how much people should go and meet the three of them on their stands and talk about the Alliance. Just really for me to say thank you so much to Jill, Sam and David for joining us here in the studio live on Agriconnect TV. It's time now for a quick break, and when we come back, Rachel will be joined in the studio by the NFU President, Tom Bradshaw, one definitely not to be missed. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to Agriconnect TV. I'm joined by a very special guest, the NFU President, Tom Bradshaw. Tom, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us at Agriconnect TV.
No, great to be here.
Obviously, you delivered your speech to people today. What was the main message that you were trying to get across at the show?
Look, we all know what a central role farming plays in our rural economies, and I think that here we have the supply chain today, and if farming sneezes, the whole supply chain is going to catch a cold, and it's really trying to bring that strength of unity with that supply chain, getting them to lobby their MPs about the impacts they're seeing within their businesses, because united we are a really powerful voice, but if we're divided then it's far more difficult, and so it's really that call for unity but also for the supply chain to get involved.
Tom, we talk a lot about farmer confidence and it being quite low at the moment. Obviously, when you're speaking to manufacturers here, what is the general kind of messaging that you're getting from them?
Well, I think if you see the news this week, lowest tractor sales for 25 years, I think that is very symptomatic of the challenge that farming's faced. We've had a really difficult period of weather, we've got the politics that's been at play, the policy, the geopolitical situation, and if farmers don't have confidence, then they don't invest for the future. We live hand to mouth, year to year, rather than looking at where we're going to be in 5 and 10 years' time, and I think that that's symptomatic of the challenges that farming is facing. And I think what we hear from a lot of suppliers, although some have been a bit more upbeat, but is generally that the phones have stopped ringing. That particularly, I think a lot have been put on hold until the budget, but then since the budget, rather than just putting things on hold, farmers are cancelling orders. They're cancelling those sheds that they thought they were going to build and the machinery that they may be investing in. And it's really about the affordability, that it's just, there is no cash.
We can't ignore the political backdrop. Obviously, it was a key focus within your speech today, and this ongoing row around inheritance tax. How much of a shadow is it over this industry right now?
It's a massive shadow, and we already know, if you look at our confidence figures that we published back last April, we were at the lowest confidence we've ever seen in the industry. Now we're going to get those figures again relatively imminently, and I think it's going to have fallen even from a record low. And I just think the shadow that the industry is facing, I had a big poultry processor on the phone last week saying, people are just saying, why do I bother? Why should I invest? Because then I build my balance sheet. Then I'm going to be liable for more inheritance tax. And so at the moment, I think there's this real sense of lethargy and just there's genuine concern about how farms are going to continue. Now, if you're going to live for more than 7 years, or if you think you're going to, there is a way for a lot of people to plan through this. But those that are at the end of their life, they're the ones that I think this is an absolutely abhorrent policy and is completely unacceptable. So I think the shadow will continue until the government really start talking, and we have had meetings at the highest level with the Prime Minister, but we've got to sit around the table with the Chancellor.
For those watching, people are interested to know, how are the NFU going to be continuing that momentum and continuing that conversation that, we're not going to walk away from this, the sector isn't going to walk away. How are you going to do that? What have you got planned?
Yeah, and I think some of that is maybe government hoped at Christmas this would all go quiet, and I guess what they've seen in the new year is that it's certainly not gone quiet. There continues to be a lot of activity. I think the strength of feeling is growing, and look, I absolutely understand the anger that is there in the industry today. And so we've obviously had our LAMMA event today where we've got the pledge, and we really would like suppliers that are involved in supplying into the agricultural industry to sign up to that pledge to show the strength of power when we all come together. We've got activity on the 25th of January where we're letting individual counties organise their own events. A lot of members have said, look, we just want to show our support. How can we be involved? And those local events are going to be planned for whatever those counties want to do. And so there's various different events going on around the country. We're trying also to bring the whole of the upstream supply chain together. Now, this is a big ask, but...
And how important is that, Tom, though, to get that supply chain on board?
I really feel that it's a critical element, because if they are worried, and that's what this poultry processor was really concerned about, was farmers saying, I'm not going to build a new shed. And we know that we've got to invest. And when the government had in their manifesto about food security is national security, that really gave me hope. But an industry bereft of confidence is not going to deliver for food security. Whereas if we're investing today, we deliver food security for the future. And if those processors, if those retailers are genuinely concerned about where their food is going to come from, where their raw ingredients are going to come from, they need to demonstrate their support for the industry. And I think it's also the out-of-home sector as well. They can demonstrate their support. Big customers of British farming, and actually having their voices, if they are willing to do this with us, will really demonstrate to government just how big this concern is. And obviously Morrison's at the weekend came public.
That's what I was going to pick up on in terms of, obviously Morrison's was the first retailer to give that kind of open public support for farmers and you know, showing that they share their frustration and anger, in their words, around this inheritance tax row. You know, slowly other retailers emerging, showing, you know, messages of support. Does that give you a bit of confidence that we're moving in the right direction?
Yeah, we've been working with a lot of these retailers since November, and I know that several of them have been lobbying the Chancellor, but they wanted that to be behind closed doors. I think what we've seen with Morrison's is probably the first example of anyone going public. They'd already committed that they would sign up to the industry letter. We've got other retailers that have also committed to that. We've got processors that have committed, and now we're working with the wide supply chain to really build the power. And the food industry worth I think the latest figure is £168 billion. That business is not based here if you don't have the raw ingredients produced here.
But surely when this government, when the Treasury designed this policy coming through in this proposal, that they were aware of that it was having a wider sector impact, it would.
I think they've completely misunderstood the impacts of the policy, and I'm still calling it naivety and ignorance rather than...
How long can we call it that? Because that's something I wanted to pick up on, Tom, in terms of, you know, you constantly reiterate it when I've asked you, do you think this is, you know, government naivety? Do you think they really understand the human cost of this? But how long can we go along with that line? Or is this really, you know, a political standpoint?
So I don't think it was ever designed to be a vindictive tax. We know the longer it stands, the more it looks like to our members, to those farmers, that it's vindictive. But I don't ever believe it was designed that way. They hadn't done enough homework. I mean, if anyone listens to the Balls and Osborne podcast, Osborne said he was continually fed this policy over the desk by the Treasury officials. It's a Treasury hobby horse, and yet, unfortunately, the Labour Party lapped it up and they didn't interrogate it enough as to the impact. And that is my real frustration, is that if they'd done a bit of homework on this, if they'd done any consultation with industry, there's no way they would have gone ahead with the policy.
So right now, what is the call to action? Is it a consultation? Is it, you know, we've got this technical review coming up. Do you want to kind of see more nitty-gritty detail of that? You know, what essentially is it that you want?
So we know that it's really interesting. They say they can't consult on tax policy, but they are doing a technical consultation around trusts. So again, the majority of the farming organisations came together and wrote to the Chancellor last week, asking for that technical consultation to be broadened to look at the impacts of the proposals to APR and BPR. And a consultation is clearly what we're asking for. But we've offered solutions to this privately and to go into the Chancellor with solutions, but at the moment she hasn't met with us to discuss them. So we are still asking for that consultation, because I think that what they will recognise then is the level of unintended consequences that are contained within this policy. And you know what I am very clear about is that generation that are given everything to producing this country's food, that don't have 7 years to plan. This is an abhorrent policy, and we will not go quiet while they are in the eye of this storm.
Interesting, the language used by the Secretary of State at the Oxford Farming Conference last week in terms of that investment within the sector, and actually investment, they say, is not happening because of profitability, and actually the fear and the uncertainty of inheritance tax has nothing to do with it. I just want to get your sense of what do you think of some of the reforms that they highlighted to try and boost profitability within the sector, such as planning reforms, such as, you know, public procurement and really promoting British produce. Do you think that goes far enough to try and get this sector profitable?
Where I want to agree with the Secretary of State is we know we'd had numerous challenges previously. We know confidence was already at rock bottom last April, and that wasn't caused by the current government. So some of what he's saying is correct. But make no bones about it, when you promise not to do something, and then you bring in a change that you promised not to make, and you create a huge level of uncertainty and genuine worry about how that cash is going to be found, then you do limit investment and you limit the ability to plan for the future. Within the policy, if it was a peacetime speech that he'd given and everything was fine and we were making profit, then the gene editing bit's good, the planning bit's good. Look, public procurement, we'd like to see more British going into public procurement, but the issue with that is the funding. The budget isn't big enough for farmers to be able to make a profit. Farmers and growers...
It's a huge logistical challenge to meet that target as well. It shouldn't be underestimated.
No, it's a massive logistical challenge. But unless they're going to make a profit from supplying that market, they'd rather export it to other markets, you know? So I think that's the real challenge here, is that the budget for providing the food for our public services and public organisations is simply not big enough. And so we've got to look at that fundamental problem, that providing fresh ingredients and good healthy food for the NHS should be an absolute priority, but unfortunately that curtailed budget makes it really difficult.
Would you in a way then say there were conflicting narratives in that speech? On one hand, food production is really important, food security, it's the number one thing that farmers need to be doing is producing food, but then actually some of the reforms and actually some of the underlying language used is contradicting that.
But the bit that really contradicted it was the fact that you go say we're going to diversify. And I'd actually picked that up on the Today programme that morning. Because the farmer that had spoken before me had talked about diversification. And I was like, the fundamental problem here is that we're supporting food production by diversified businesses. That is fundamentally wrong. It should be there for the extreme situation where there is a climatic disaster and you prop it up from your other business. It shouldn't be a day in, day out it's a position that you continue to subsidise it. So that is a real concern. This food production itself used to be underpinned by the BPS payments. Those BPS payments have just practically gone. So there is nothing now that is making farmers think we will continue to take the risk for food production. And unless we get the margin from producing that food, don't underestimate what that means for farmers' willingness to invest in food production.
But how do we get that margin? How do farmers get a better margin from retail? And it's a very difficult task to achieve.
I was in the US in September, and it was really interesting that one of the bodies we met over there in the US turned around to us and said, your challenge is you've got the most competitive retail sector in the world. And that's coming from the US. Fundamentally, our food prices are too cheap. And I hear regularly that retailers' profits are exorbitant. But
interesting, Tom, when we, in a press huddle afterwards with the Secretary of State, when it was asked, does this mean, if you're trying to get farmers better margins, does this mean for food prices to go up? And he didn't say that.
Yeah, I know, this is the worry.
So what is the plan?
Well, but you see, I don't think there is a plan. But what I was just about to say is we regularly get told retailers' profits are exorbitant. But if you look at their margin on groceries, it's about 3 to 4%. And the underlying challenge here is that I genuinely believe we've got the third cheapest food in the world. We've completely reformed our agricultural policy, so there's no support for food production. And unless we start to get proper returns from the marketplace, then there will be a lot of people saying, why should I bother? And they may well say, well, look, we'll take the SFI, we'll take ELMS, and we'll focus on our diversified businesses and stop the food production element. I mean, that's completely contrary to what the government want, and it doesn't deliver that food security. So I think the whole supply chain is responsible for making sure we get fair returns, but the consumer, unfortunately, is a critical element of that, and they have to be willing to prioritise British and perhaps pay a little bit more. But I also understand how under pressure our average consumer is, that they don't have a lot of disposable income. And this is the vicious circle that we're in. But the competitiveness of our retail sector is one that creates a lot of challenges for farmers producing the food.
No, it's a very, very good point. Obviously, away from your presidency role, you are an arable farmer. I'm interested in terms of your own business. For 2025, how is everything that's going on impacting your kind of plans and decisions? And, we're here today. There are thousands and thousands worth of kit here, which requires significant investment, but also it's so much productivity and innovation going on here as well, which is something that we really want to kind of push forward positively within the sector. So it's so difficult to kind of.
And that's where this shadow hanging over the industry is so sad, because actually what we should be talking about is thriving, profitable businesses that are reinvesting, adopting the technology that's going to make us more sustainable, and that's a really exciting picture, attracting new entrants. I mean, who's going to want to come into an industry that's whinging all the time?
Well, it's a theme that's been cropped up time and time again in interviews this morning, is that what the next generation got to look forward to in this sector at the moment, when there are constant doom and gloom and this negative perception of the industry, which is a real worry in itself.
No, it is. And so in our business, the blow in the budget, we lost over 70 grand out of our contract farming businesses overnight. And the cash flow pressure in our arable business today is the greatest I have ever seen. It's really, really difficult.
Bad weather and everything else going on.
And so
as well.
I know that the challenge members are facing on the ground is very, very real. We obviously got our BPS payments early. That money's now gone. And some are haven't had their countryside stewardship payments yet, and all this stuff just compounds the level of concern. I was one of the farms that had a farm equipment technology fund grant for a direct drill. I've chosen not to invest. I've chosen not to spend that money because I genuinely, with that 70 grand missing out of our cash flow, I can't carry on making the investments that we would have done previously. So
Tom, when you hear, the Treasury say we're putting money back into working people's pockets, do you still think that they understand that farmers are part of that working people?
I think they have a really mixed image of farming, and I think they see landowners as being a sort of landed gentry. They don't understand that farmers, that many of people here will be working 60, 70, 80 hours a week and thinking nothing of it. But they've always worked for the future, for their family, for giving that business on. And suddenly it's that bit that they think has been taken away from them. And that is what's saying to, well, it's not that they mind the hard work, it's just that they can't see what they're creating and how they're going to deliver that for the future. And I think that's the bit that has really, really stung, is that all farmers have ever done is reinvest everything in that business for the future. And suddenly there is this real question of, well, what is the point? And look, I mean, the reason I'm confident,
with that investment, they've taken on huge amounts of debt, which is not going away now.
When we talk about the scale of the challenges, and they are, at the moment, I don't think we've probably seen a time where the challenges have ever been so great. The one thing that genuinely gives me hope is that we have 70 million people living on this island, and how we feed those people, how we produce their food, is absolutely essential. Now, imports, yes, they're always going to be part of it. But domestic food security, domestic food production is a critical part of producing the food for those 70 million people. When you look at the impact of climate change globally, you look at the geopolitical situation, investing in domestic food production is something government will have to do because they cannot take the risks just to rely on other people to produce that food for us. So we're going through a hell of a challenge at the moment. But I still genuinely believe that when we get out the other side, there is real reason for hope and belief that we can get to that thriving, profitable industry that members and farmers want to invest in for the future.
I think a lot of people are holding on to that hope, though, aren't they? That's
we need to. And I couldn't do my job if I didn't believe there was a light at the end of this tunnel, and if I didn't believe there was something we can deliver that give members that opportunity to run profitable businesses, then probably you get to a point of not being the right person to do this role. I still genuinely believe that I think we can see some change to the inheritance tax proposals, but I also think that once we get beyond that...
Do you genuinely believe that, though? Because that's what I was saying. April 2026, do you think we'll be in the same situation that we are currently?
No, I genuinely believe that there is room for some change. Now, I don't know how big that change is. Yeah, no, it is a gut feeling. It's not. I know I can't make that promise because I have nothing to do that. To sort of no foundations for that. But I genuinely believe there is hope to get some change. But I also look I believe the biggest challenge this industry faces is import standards, and I have no problem if we're standing on a level playing field. But if we're expected to compete, and I use the poultry industry as our example at the moment, but if we're expected to compete with Polish poultry, Thailand, Brazil, when we've got the highest standards in the world, we can't do that. And I do have a problem here with the retailers, because they're the ones that are driving those standards higher. They want reduced stocking densities, and I've got no issue if every bird in this country is kept at 30 or 32 kilograms per metre squared, but then I expect every bit of poultry sold within that retailer to be produced to that same standard, because that enables the marketplace to function. Whereas at the moment, when it's processed or ready meals, they're very happy in many instances for that to be imported poultry. That's unacceptable, and we have to get to a point where we've got a fair marketplace that gives us an opportunity for fair returns. And when we talk about the returns to farm, I think that's one of the fundamental differences that could set us on a much firmer foundation.
You talk about those conversations with retailers, but also it's having conversations with consumers as well and getting them to understand, which is very difficult because I was at a seminar the other week and a large proportion of shoppers rely on government policy and businesses to almost hold that responsibility when it comes to, say, for example, net zero and climate thing. They expect, as they go into the shop, that to be done for them.
But somebody's got to be willing to pay for that. None of this comes for free. And I think that we are at an absolutely pivotal time where we've given everything. The industry has nothing left to give. And we're all happy to make the changes to make us more sustainable for the future. But the absolute number one priority, number one part of sustainability is profitability. And unless we get that, we aren't going to be able to invest in the future, reduced or more efficiency and reduced impact on the climate, because there is nothing there.
The overriding argument from government is that they are trying to obviously tackle this black hole. They are trying to raise funds to support public services, which the Secretary of State constantly, in his speeches is saying, rural communities rely on these public services. So that is the argument they're going off. What do you say in response to that?
So I understand how difficult the fiscal environment is, and I genuinely think it's in a really challenging position. But we would probably look to provide a solution that still raises the money. It's just that tax should be affordable. You shouldn't have to sell your business to pay the tax that's being demanded of you, and that's where we are today. So we would like to look at solutions that, Dan Needle proposed a solution which was done on the sale of the asset. Well, at least then you've got the money to pay the tax, and that would probably be a far more sensible position to end up in. And so, look, I recognise they're in a challenge, but you've also got to think that this 500 million is a rounding error in the public expenditure. Even the OBR have highlighted the high degree of uncertainty about how much money will actually be raised by this tax change. That's not something that you should damage an industry over. And I just think they've underestimated the scale of the damage that they can do to the industry with that change that they're proposing at the moment.
And obviously there are so many other challenges. We picked upon some of them throughout this interview, but foot and mouth disease, that case being found in Germany, that's a worrying thing. That's in the back of livestock keepers' minds right now, that disease threat. Also you've got Schmallenberg, blue tongue, these ongoing issues that are going on a daily basis, plus this big issue of inheritance tax.
Yeah, and look, it's really important that we focus on that day job as well. And Friday afternoon when I found out about the foot and mouth in Germany, that we immediately put our heads together, and Saturday lunchtime we responded with a statement on the impacts. Luckily it was reported, and obviously restrictions on exports from Germany were immediately put in place because they lost their FMD-free status. We've now had a statement today which all personal imports from Germany are restricted, but does that go wide enough? We were asking for all personal imports without a veterinary certificate to be banned, because until we know the picture in Germany and in wider Europe, let's not take any risk with this disease. We all have those awful memories of what happened 20 odd years ago. We do not need to go back to that. And we're not prepared to deal with that. When you highlight there's other challenges, AI as well as blue tongue, Schmallenberg, APHA under a lot of pressure. We've got to do everything we can to keep this disease out. And so, yeah.
And Tom, what do you think are the other priorities? So we talked about the disease threats, but what other things? If inheritance tax put to one side to one moment, what are just the key things that this government needs to get a hold of?
So as I say, in their manifesto, the bit that I really grabbed hold of was that food security is national security. There was also in there, we only want to import food produced to the highest animal health and welfare standards. Core standards within trade are absolutely essential. That's something which I think is fundamentally wrong at the moment. Fairness in the supply chain can't just be words. The whole supply chain needs to look at the level of risk that people are now exposed to.
And some of those, the efforts that have gone with the dairy contract legislation has come under fire in recent weeks in terms of, does it go far enough? Is it the right setup there for that fairness to happen?
Look, I don't think you're ever finished on this. I think all you're ever doing is making progress. I don't think you don't suddenly get to a point and say, right, that's job done. Look, we welcome seeing the dairy contracts, but it's been amended before it's even in place, and that's slightly concerning that has happened. But I think that we have to look at what delivers fairness, and I talked about the poultry example. That is fairness to me. If it's the retailer that's demanding the standards of production are changed, then they should be made to sell all of their products should be sold to that standard. The moment we saw a shortage of free-range eggs, what happened? We brought in Italian eggs that don't have the same standards, and that's a massive concern because it doesn't give a reason to invest in domestic production. So I think that's when I look at fairness. They're the elements that I'm really focusing on, because it's not about price, but it's about enabling the market to operate properly and fairly, and that's what we need to do.
Obviously, want to end on a more optimistic, positive note. Obviously, huge presence of arable farmers here. What do you think are the three top key opportunities for arable farmers in 2025?
Wow, things
that you are personally looking forward to as an arable farmer as well.
Well, I tell you, I genuinely think we are facing one of the most challenging periods that I've known in the arable sector. And without the BPS propping up, it gets really, really worrying about the returns you're getting from that business. And so, look, we've always.
Some of the innovation is exciting
Where's the
to
cash
see.
to invest in it? This is so. I'd love to be standing here saying, well, we should be doing X, Y, and Z. But I think that today it really is about survival, and the markets are incredibly low, the commodity markets for cereals, which make it really, really difficult to find that money for investment. So I think that I'd love to be standing here saying the cereal sector is going to have a great year, but I know it is, without seeing a massive turnaround in the markets, that's going to be challenging. And I think obviously the confidence is something that, do you then invest for the future? Do you? And we're actually growing a lot of peas this year, just because it's probably the highest risk crop we can ever grow. But if we get it right, it might make us some money. And but that is rolling the dice. It really is quite risky. But yeah.
And finally, Tom, obviously you started off today presenting at LAMMA, really trying to get supply chain on board with the inheritance tax debate. What is your final message to suppliers here?
Well, to suppliers and to the wider industry, look, I genuinely believe we only win this as a united industry. The pressure that we can put on government from the supply chain, supplying into farm, and from the processors and retailers buying from farm, speaking with one voice, is going to put a massive amount of pressure onto the Treasury to say you've got this wrong. And that's what we're trying to coordinate now, is that really united front from all parts of the food and farming industry. And I think that is our strongest hope now of trying to get the Treasury to listen.
And sadly, obviously, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, isn't here today, or is the DEFRA Secretary, Steve Reed, the Shadow DEFRA Secretary, is here. But if they were here, what would your main message be to them?
I know that we've had conversations with Steve Reed. We have to meet with the Chancellor. She has to be willing to sit around with the table. We're reasonable people. We want a reasonable solution. We understand their predicament, but the policy in place today is not fair, it's not reasonable, and the human element is unacceptable.
It'll be interesting to see how the campaign develops. Thank you so much, Tom, for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Many thanks to Tom Bradshaw there for joining us live on Agriconnect TV. Don't forget, LAMMA Show is open today until 5:30 and is open tomorrow between 8:30 and 4:30. Entry is free. Simply register at lammashow.com for your ticket. But now it's time for another short break. But stay with us for more from Agriconnect TV. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The LAMMA Innovation Awards have become a regular feature of the show, and this year is no different. Proudly sponsored by Rural Asset Finance, the awards have been recognised and rewarded innovation and advances inside the agricultural industry. Celebrating new technology and providing exposure to agricultural manufacturers, the awards provide winners with extensive media coverage across the Agriconnect platforms, including here at LAMMA, Farmer's Guardian, and other leading farming titles. We'll shortly be joined by two of our worthy winners to discuss their awards. But first, we're joined here in the studio by Matthew Smart, founder and director of Rural Asset Finance. Welcome, Matthew.
Good afternoon.
How are you finding LAMMA?
Oh, it's lovely. It's great to hear the buzz and see all the people turning out.
40,000 people. It's going to be an absolutely packed show, I think.
Yes.
Yes. That's really good. So tell me, why is it so important for you and your business to sponsor the LAMMA Innovation Awards?
Well, we've always known farmers are good innovators, but we're very interested now with the technological advancements required in agriculture, the precision farming, and also the sustainability angle as well. So there's lots of good reasons for farmers and their supply chains to be innovating.
There certainly is, and we certainly have been impressed, but I imagine you've also been really impressed with the standard of entries.
Yes. Yeah, we've been really impressed. All of the gold winners, I thought, were worthy winners within their categories. I judged, or was part of the judging for the Digital Innovation Awards, and the Rain Dancer app that won that was a worthy winner and has actually solved a really age-old problem in farming of irrigator management. So water being sprayed in areas where it's not required and irrigators being left for long periods of time. Water management is part of that, and so it's a great, simple product. How have we done without it for so many years? And there is a sustainable angle to it as well, because it will make it more efficient. So
I think the importance of the awards is that you're actually now getting people targeted at problems and coming up with ideas, and
yes.
So much of research needs to be targeted in order to answer your question.
Yeah.
We've now asked the question and someone's come up with a brilliant answer, haven't they?
And Brian Knight Farm Machinery winning the overall innovation award, again, highly deserved. That product hits the sustainable boxes and also precision farming. So it's directing chemical through each individual nozzle onto the ground in the right place.
So no spoilers. We've got Knight Farm Machinery coming on a little bit in a wee while, so we can hear all about it.
But a worthy winner, and really exactly the reasons why we're involved in this award.
Oh, that's cool. When you say we, of course, you mean Rural Asset Finance, your business. So tell me a little bit about the business.
So Rural Asset Finance, we're a group of either farmers' sons or people involved within running farming businesses come together. We're a direct lender to UK agriculture. We use pension fund and insurance company funds, so we're deploying that direct into farms, as well as bank funding. So we're trying to take a more private banking type, old-fashioned approach. We feel farmers and banking are drifting and it's turning into algorithms and computer says no type scenarios, and that doesn't help farming. We're from farming background, so we know that approach by lenders doesn't suit the farming industry.
So relationship management is
100%. Relationship management is really important to us. We'll go out, see the farmers at their farms, understand the whole business, because at the moment they're old systems, BPS being phased out very rapidly, the increase in labour costs and the national insurance burden that we're all now going to feel. So there's immediate cash flow issues coming for the farmer. He's trying to remodel his future business. So analysing the last 5 years' accounts with BPS subsidies is not really a true reflection on where this guy's going in the future. So you need to get your head around lending to a future business model, not a historic one, and to do that, we think we're coming back to backing the owner of the business. That seems to have gone out of banking, where local bank managers knew their borrowers and they could back the individuals to produce a profitable business and repay their loans.
I actually get that. It's a wonderfully old-fashioned, new light through old windows kind of way of looking at it. So Is your own personal? You said you're from a farming background.
Yes.
Are you a banker as well historically? Or?
I'm historically I'm a farmer's son. Too many sons in the business, so I stayed at college and went into banking. So poacher come gamekeeper, effectively. My family are running farms back 5 generations in Cambridgeshire, but there just wasn't a place for me on those farms.
And do you think that personal touch and the fact that you and your teams have got a sort of deep knowledge and link with the countryside and farming is what makes you different?
I think it is what makes us different. Yeah, we know we need to go out to the farm and understand the whole business and the individuals that are involved. The other thing I've been a pioneer of is we don't outsource anything. So we have our own internal credit teams, employed members of the team. We have our own legal team, employed members of the team, our own valuation team. They're all employees, so we're not outsourcing anything. And I think where other lenders have gone wrong is they outsource too many services, and then that slows down the process. So keeping everything in-house speeds the process up, and we can prioritise things. So if there's deadlines coming to us from borrowers, we can move our workload around to suit those, because everybody's working is pulling in the same direction.
And in the client's interest, I get that. And have you recruited sort of best-in-class people from your valuers, from legal firms?
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, we've got a mix of experience and youth. So we've got people with long 30, 40-year careers in credit underwriting and legal processes, but also we've tried to recruit young innovators as well, with the enthusiasm that's required.
Yeah, definitely. So what sort of things do you fund?
We fund a whole range of assets, large and small. We support traditional food production, so all the kit you see here at the show, we love financing that. Small pieces of equipment can make a huge difference to an average farm, and we've got some good examples of that, right up to completely new income streams, so diversifications, complete switches in farming practice, so multi-million pound deals down to 20, 30,000 pound deals.
So there's the smallest lot sizes, some tens of thousands, and you go up to...
We go up to about 5 million per customer, which could be buying a whole neighbour's farm out, or a completely new diversification, a big renewable energy project, for example. A prime example is just this month we've funded a hydro water turbine for a flour mill in Dorchester. So it's an old flour mill, was on the farm, basically derelict, and we've put a hydroelectric generator into it. That's powering the mill and the rest of the farm, and they're now producing flour for artisan bakeries all around the Dorchester area from this old flour mill, which was a derelict building.
So I'll be slightly careful what I say now, because I live in a water mill, and
right.
It's one I inherited from my father, and he, in the 60s and 70s, looked at power generation, and I am too. So
right.
I might well speak to you off camera about how that business model works.
But that turbine was a £50,000 investment, and that has completely revolutionised that mill, brought it back into use, and has created a diversified income stream for the farm, for the arable farm as well.
And sufficiently robust, obviously electricity prices are high,
yeah.
Robust when they go back down again as well,
yes,
I imagine.
Yeah. No, I mean, the repayment term on that is typically 5 to 7 years, so well within the technologies. Those turbines last for 30, 40.
So like I say, 25 plus, aren't they? So
a lot of time.
Oh, that's good. Well, I'll definitely have a word with you offline about that one.
Yeah. So we do. I mean, equestrian centres, farm shops, glamping sites, all sorts of diversifications, and because we're a national finance company, we're seeing different projects successful in different parts of the country. So
it's interesting because you're called rural asset finance, not farm asset finance, and so actually it is a landowner in the countryside
yes.
who is your prospective client. Is
absolutely.
that right?
Yes.
And that's and in terms of the a simple farm acquisition for a farmer to buy the next door farm, you get a valuer in. I'm a chartered surveyor myself, so I understand how that works.
Yes.
That's fine. But something like glamping, that's a very different business model, isn't it? It's on a turnover basis. How do you internally? I'm just, sorry, we're going down a rabbit hole here. But
no.
Fascinating. How does that get valued? How does you assess a business plan? I assume, do you? Or?
Absolutely, and often we're out on the farm helping the farmer build his business plan, because we've funded these types of projects all around the country for the last 5 to 10 years. So we've probably got experience and knowledge. We know where the pitfalls are and the mistakes are made. So often it's driven by an initial planning permission, how many units can be put up. We then get an agent in, so we advise for the first 2 or 3 years an agent is used to get the usage up and get the place known to the general
public. What sort
public.
of agent? Sorry,
A holiday agent.
Oh, okay. Sorry, like a letting. Yeah, I'm with you. Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. That helps to get an initial wave of bookings in, and then it tends to, after 2 years, self-populate itself. So people return, and also they tell their friends, and there's Facebook and social media, etc. So we're helping with that. We start with a very low utilisation level and structure the finance over a slightly, a longer period than maybe is necessary. And then as momentum builds, we have the ability for people to repay loans early without penalty.
Which everyone likes, right?
Absolutely.
So
yes.
It's an interesting point, isn't it? So, a landowner is obviously, if they're diversifying into a new business venture, business stream, they're not necessarily a subject matter expert in that. So you offer them support in writing that business case, and
we ask them to get their own consultants, their own help, but we have input to that. So we bring our experience of what we've seen maybe with other clients in the same region, what the utilisation levels are, how quick it ramps up. But no, we're definitely there to support right the way through the project. As a direct lender, we're dependent on that facility being repaid in full. So it's in our interest to share the knowledge and support right the way through.
Yeah, and the no penalty early repayment, actually you get a £1 back, which you can then lend to someone else, and the landowner gets to move on to the next venture.
Absolutely.
We all know farmers' income is quite unpredictable, or it certainly can be. How can they borrow funds but avoid tying their cash up? How does that sort of kind of work?
This is something we've been concentrating on the last few years, because farmers' cash flows are tight and they are unpredictable, more now than ever before. We've tried to work new products around the grant system. So if people are like technology grants that have been available, we've provided loan funds to the farmer where he can apply for the grant, obtain the grant, use our loan funds to buy the equipment. So in the grants provided part, we've provided the other part. So 100% has been funded without any need for put constraints on the farmer's cash flow. So we've tried to innovate products around the grants, and we're also looking to support, if people are going into SFI schemes, we can tailor the finance products around those schemes. So the result is that we don't want to be asking the customer to commit huge amounts of working capital to the new venture, because he needs to safeguard that working capital for unforeseen events that are coming around the corner.
Well, that's potentially could imperil the whole venture, couldn't
Absolutely.
it? So you said as we started, this is almost a return to old-fashioned banking with, really know your customer and back the individual.
Yes.
And that absolutely resonates, and I'm sure many people here at LAMMA 25 are going to, prick up their ears when they hear that. Another area I just wanted to touch on is that, we've talked about new business ventures and diversification, and they are perhaps a little bit slower than that sort of sudden demand for cash that farms can generate. Approvals are notoriously slow in loans. They certainly are in my experience. Is there a way you can speed that up, or is this part of your business model about tailoring and supporting
What
the
we're
individual?
finding is that we've already been able to speed up the process, partly having an employee on the ground collecting information, being part of the meetings with the farmer and his advisors. So we're there at the kitchen table when these business plans are being built. We've got a wider understanding of the farming business, where it's been, where it's trying to get to. So we've got all that information feeding into our process from a very early stage. And then our credit underwriters and our legal in-house expertise, we're sharing that advice as well. So we're finding we're getting to an approval within days rather than weeks, and often we're getting funding out the door within weeks rather than months. So the whole process is speeding up. We seem to have the right ingredients to speeding up the process at the moment.
That's
which is
absolutely,
good.
it is
Yeah.
good, and in everyone's interest, and it
Yeah.
makes your business more efficient as well,
Yeah.
as really supporting farmers, which is good. If we sort of come out a little bit from sort of the sort of tactical detail to a bit more strategic overview, I ask everyone this: what's the sort of biggest challenge, do you think, for farmers over the next 10 years, and how can they overcome it?
Well, there's challenges and opportunities. So with change, we're conscious of looking at both. I mean, the short-term challenges we see as cash flow for this year, the capping of BPS, particularly in England, the increase in minimum wage, the associated national insurance costs, the carbon tax on fertiliser, all these things are going to hit pretty hard and pretty quickly. So that's a short-term concern which we need to ride through, and we're trying to provide facilities in order to help with that short term. But the medium term, it's the inheritance tax changes. A lot of family farms will need to clarify and put in place a succession plan. I think that will definitely help us being able to lend longer term funds. It's very hard from a lender's point of view to lend over 25 years on a farm mortgage when the borrower is the older generation. So it will help us, I think, by farmers clarifying their succession plans, and that may well be restructuring and using trusts and other vehicles, which we're all very familiar with in our industry. So I think there's a medium term, maybe restructure and longer and plan. In the long term, I think farms are great places to run various businesses. So I would say, if that was me, I'd be de-risking the business, taking in lots of smaller income streams, can all be based on the farm, but you're not then reliant on maybe traditional farm income. You can develop, and depending on location, where you are in the country, there are lots of small innovations that can happen, and we're big fans of all of that.
So clear message from Matthew, which is old-fashioned values and diversification are the way forward. Time now for a very quick break. When we come back, we'll be joined by two of our LAMMA Innovation Award winners. See you in a minute.
I need to think big when making my next tractor investment. I need productivity, profitability, and sustainability, all built for me. I need a serious working machine, the boss for the boss. Large implements demand a lot of power, and the best CVT on the market delivers that power smoothly and efficiently. This powertrain on such a compact body is the perfect combination. All the latest smart farming features come as standard. Everything is designed to make my work smart, easy, sustainable, and profitable, now and in the future. I just select my profile and get to work. I have full control with first-class visibility, comfort, and safety. This is where I want to be. Flipping the seat around doubles the possibilities for my business. The S-Series is a global tractor. It's designed and made in Finland, the world's happiest country, with a commitment to quality. The form really follows the function. It's made to perform and made to last. It's my S-Series, my way, individually tailored with the unlimited services and features I need for my business, and everything comes with factory warranty. It comes with a dedicated certified dealer network that keeps my fleet at peak performance every day for non-stop profitability and predictability. I get all the data and support I need to improve the efficiency and sustainability of my business. That is a true benefit for me and for the environment. Running a big farm is serious business. Its success depends on proficiency and efficiency. For that, I need a tractor that is seriously powerful, seriously smart, and seriously made for me. That is Valtra S Series, the new boss in the field.
Welcome back. Joining us now in the studio is David Perry from Kverneland. David, a very, very warm welcome to LAMMA.
Thank you.
So tell me a little bit about yourself and your role at Kverneland before we come to all those awards that you've won.
Yeah, so I'm David Perry. I'm Grass and Feeding Product Manager for Kverneland UK. So my role basically on a day-to-day role incorporates marketing parts, service and sales, and basically being the link between the UK market and the factory. So communicating between those three departments for the four areas really, and then communicating that backwards and forwards with the factory. So new developments coming through forward, involved in machine testing from machines going forward into the market, and obviously also reporting back and on machines that are in the market and any development that needs to be done or any problems in the market that needs to go back.
For those, and I'm sure there are some people somewhere who don't know Kverneland, would you like to just tell us a little bit about the business?
So Kverneland is part of Kverneland Group. Originally it was a Norwegian company. We are 140 something years old now. We were bought out by Kubota in 2012. So we come under Kverneland Group now comes under Kubota. So but Kverneland in its past had bought out many different historic manufacturers, Tarup from Denmark for the grass equipment, Vicon, Galligani for the balers, and then sort of brought all those under one brand basically into the UK market.
You touched on some of those products. Do you want to just sort of quickly run through the sort of range of product that you have in the business?
Yeah, so we do a range of, so from my side we do a range of grass products, machinery from plain disc mowers, simple 5-foot machines right up to 10 metre wide triple mowers, mower conditioners with belts, and then we go through tedders, rakes, and then into bale equipment as well on the grass side. We then have a feeding side which I also look after, so we import Siler King from Germany, which we're the UK importer for, and then also as well in the grass factory they produce bale choppers as well. So I look after the bale choppers coming into the UK market as well.
Which is a massive part of your business, I imagine, isn't it?
Yes. And then so that's under the Harvest System Division's umbrella, and then we also have an arable systems division. So we have a range of cultivation products on that, from the ploughs, which we're quite famous for, through to cultivators and weeders. We also have a range of drills which come from the old Accord line of product in Germany. So we've got precision drills for vegetables, for maize, beet, conventional corn drills for cereal crops. And then also as well we've got a crop care factory as well, producing spreaders and sprayers as well. So we've got a broad range of products. Yeah.
So turning to the awards, you know, it's quite a big deal for a business to enter these because nobody wants to fail, and clearly
it's massive deal.
You haven't failed. You've done brilliantly well. We'll come to that in a second. But what made you want to enter the awards?
We always want to enter the awards. We want to try and get the best promotion for our products possible in the market, and by putting forward for these awards and things like that, and especially when you, be it bronze, silver or gold, it gives you a massive visibility to the market. It's obviously LAMMA obviously publicise who all the winners are, so it's visibility to the market. But also as well, you've got a team of R&D guys working away in the factory. There's the sales team in the UK all working away, and by putting in for those awards and receiving awards for your products, it gives them a massive boost. They're sitting there working away day in, day out, and it's very easy to get bogged down in the day-to-day running of things. But it gives a massive boost and a massive lift that the products that we're producing and bringing to the market are something special and something that can make a difference to the farmers' everyday lives and to improve, be it their efficiencies or how they work.
Well, you've been incredibly patient so far. We haven't yet to talk about the award. You've won, I think, 2 bronze and a gold. Is that right?
Yes, we have. Yeah, that's correct.
So just let's talk about the 2 bronzes first. I know they're not your specialist subject. You're here to talk about the gold. We'll come to that in a second. So what are the 2 bronzes?
So we've got the sync system. So the sync modules that are being launched on the machines now is basically a 4G mobile network connected to the machine. So we can basically live report machine data back to the dealer. So if there's an issue with the machine or the customer's struggling with settings on a machine, rather than the dealer having to travel out to look at an issue or to help the customer with it, they can log in, they can view what the customer sees on the screen on their computer in the office, and then advise adjustments, or they can diagnose issues from the dealership.
So that was a bronze in the digital technology award
for the sync
category.
Yeah. So anything with Isobus, we can fit that machine. We can fit that module to. So we can do it with triple mowers. We can do it with balers, corn drills. The Isobus
this is the Internet of Things, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everything is going to be linked
So some
together.
of it comes under my product, but the guy who looks after it is actually one of the other product managers.
Do you want a name check in?
Yeah, Simon Wills is. So he's responsible in the UK for both of the bronze awards actually, but he's responsible for the crop care, seed drills, and also the mechatronics, which is our electrics division.
Was it the Ratago?
Ratago,
that won the other bronze.
Yes. So that's a first Isobus power harrow for us. So basically, we can control many different adjustments from the cab. So we can control depth and leveling board depth. With anything with arable cultivation work, every centimetre of soil moved has a massive influence on horsepower requirements, on fuel usage, on time to do the job. So by being able to just tweak it from the cab, obviously we can improve the farmer's efficiency with that machine, and either increase output or reduce his fuel consumption quite significantly.
Really, I mean, the vast majority of machines here are computers, aren't they? I mean,
yes.
the
day it's becoming more and more of a tech industry.
It really is. I mean, we said this last year. We were, genuinely stunned at how sort of much AI and how much computing power are in the. We all love big bits of kit, but actually, the brains of them is saving money all the time.
And the money in the development for the factories, a lot of that cost now is in the electronics, in improving that side of the machines and moving software on to make it more user-friendly, to make it do more for the end user, and obviously to do more to link, like with the sync, linking it back to the dealer to help reduce downtime.
And are you upgrading software down the line? Does that happen, or do you have to send people out to offer the next generation of firmware and software?
At the moment, it's still a manual, but I think the idea with sync will be that it will be able to be done live. But at the moment, it's still a manual update. But I mean, obviously, any old machines, the dealers can update the machines. Sync will be coming on new machines, but there's no plan in the near future to retrofit it. So it'll stay as it is, just on new machines going forward.
No, I understand. Yeah. So come on, let's turn to the reason you're here. Your Gold Award. Firstly, congratulations, it's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm delighted for you. It's clearly means a lot to you and the business as a whole.
Yes.
So tell me about the product and the award category you've won.
So the Curve Pilot module, so it was the grassland category. So the Curve Pilot module fits onto our biggest triple mower, which is new now, the 55-100. So in UK conditions, that'll cut 9.8 metres of grass. It's an Isobus machine, so the machine down here is fitted with sync on it as well. And basically the Curve Pilot is a gyro that fits on the headstock and basically senses direction changes in the tractor and mowing unit. And then what that does is it moves the side shift in the mowers to follow the curves. So when you've got a front mower on a tractor and you've got the rear mower behind, as you steer, you can end up leaving stripes of grass. We've been able to, for a long, long time, we've been able to manually move the bed sideways to reduce that. But now with the Curve Pilot, that'll be an automated solution. So just a very simple, it doesn't require GPS input. It's purely a system that's integrated into the mower. So it doesn't matter whether you change it onto a different customer's tractor, it stays with the machine. So as long as it knows how wide your front mower is, it will be able to adapt the mowers to your corner following. So if you're driving around headlands, the rear mowers will follow the front to get rid of that striping. So you can basically run the mowers at full width, and then it'll allow the machine so we can sort of give maximum capacity. Where previously a lot of customers would run the mowers narrowed in for headlands, so then you have maximum overlap between front and rear. Now with the Curve Pilot, we can push them out, so we'd run as we would up and down the field. But as we're steering and following the headland, it's then moving the mowers sideways, so we can gain efficiency. We're using the full width of the mowers all the time.
So I could actually mow a field without leaving some striping for the first time?
Yes, yeah.
Is that a guarantee? It's cliff-proof, is it?
I'm not sure cliff-proof, but it works very well, to be fair,
That's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
So have you had a chance to have a look around the show as a whole yet?
I snuck round last night a little bit, but no, I haven't moved off the stand today. It's been too busy. So.
I was in a similar boat last year. I would thoroughly recommend that you find the moment to walk around because there's so much stuff here, so many people, and meeting old friends, making new acquaintances. It's really good. So where is your stand?
So we're in Hall 12. So we're at the furthest end of the show we can probably be from here. But so we're just behind the Kubota stand there.
Just behind the Kubota stand. Well, I'm going to come and have a look at the innovation myself because that gold award, really. It's a very tough category, that grassland innovation.
Yes.
So one of the things that we were hearing from our previous guest Matthew Smart is how high the bar is. So it gets more difficult every year to win. So to get a gold, you must be absolutely delighted.
We are absolutely delighted, and we won our first year back last year, and we won a gold award last year. I think it was the environmental category for the Padama system for fertiliser on the maize drills as well. So to win 2 golds 2 years on the row, the team are absolutely chuffed
he's
to
bragging
bits.
now.
No, it wasn't my product, but the team are absolutely chuffed to bits, to be fair.
Dave, it's been lovely to have you on the stage. So thank you very much. We will be back shortly when I'm going to be joined by Paul Harrison of Night Farm Machinery. So we'll be back very shortly.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to get out of your way.
All right.
Welcome back. We're joined now by Paul Harrison of Knight Farm Machinery, another one of our worthy winners. Paul, hello again.
Hello, Cliff.
I say hello again because you were stood, not actually here, but in front of me last year having cleaned up with 2 awards, and sounds like the same thing's happened again.
We're very fortunate and very humble, but yes, and we're elated. I promised to you last year that I would lock Brian away and to design award winner, and that's what I did, and he's come up trumps for us. So we're delighted. Lots of different reasons. It's a great accolade to the business, but I think above anything, LAMMA show, British show, and it's a British company, long-standing British company that's won. So I'm delighted for many reasons.
I absolutely understand that, and I'm delighted for you. I think it's one of those things that every year we hear that the criteria are getting tougher and tougher, and the judges said it was the closest that they've had. So I think, if anything, it's a tougher win this year than it was last year.
Well, we don't see that side of it. We just got stuck in and came up with what we thought was a good design. It works, and clearly the judges agreed with us, which is lovely.
So we'll come to the actual product in a second, but let's just take a step back, and I'd be very surprised if people don't know who Knight are, but why don't you just spend a couple of minutes and tell us a little bit.
Fair comment. Knight Farm Machinery have been around for about 45 years. Brian started it in his young days, making machinery for local farmers in those days. And it was just when tram lines were becoming wider and people wanted more from their sprayer, including their own farm and contracting business. So Brian started making a sprayer for himself and then local farmers, and then it just took off. And they've been doing crop sprayers and tillage equipment ever since. Right to this day, we still do both.
And where are you based?
Near Stamford in, Rutland, right on the edge of Rutland Water.
Very glad I didn't say Lincolnshire.
Yes, I nearly did.
Yeah, I did see that actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Rutland. Yes.
Yeah. No, fair enough. So tell me, I always ask people why you entered the awards. I'm not going to ask you that because you had to, because I challenged you last year. You've won it. You've cleaned up. You've won the best in class and the best overall. I think that's the Crufts criteria, but we're going to call them that.
That'll do.
You've come back and done it again. Tell me about the product, and then we'll talk about future years later.
Yeah, the product is very interesting in the fact that it's a variation on a quite an old theme. Brian invented and patented chemical injection about 30 years ago, and it's done very well in certain sectors. But in talking to him, I said we need to update this with other technologies that are available, faster processors, more powerful, and cameras. We need to move the point of injection, and that got Brian thinking. And so with the Smart Inject, we actually inject the additional chemical right at the nozzle, so a customer can be broadacre spraying, let's say, a fungicide, and then they might have a pesticide requirement, or the vice versa, but we only inject at the nozzle, so we never cross-contaminate the two chemical streams. One of the great things and one of the design criteria was that we wanted to be able to retrofit it to existing and older sprayers. So it's a chemical injection system, but right at the nozzle.
And so you'll fit effectively new nozzles, is that?
It's a new nozzle body, but it will go on the existing sprayer, because we have to get the chemical right at the point of injection at the nozzle, so there is some slight changes to the nozzle body, but it's the same type that the customer would have on their machine already.
Just a very personal point here, but it's so lovely to see a business who are mindful of the customer's pennies and actually not having to buy a whole new sprayer. We all know businesses, not necessarily in your sector, but across life as a whole, who you can't use the version 1.0 with the version 2.0, etc., etc.
And it's a fair point, and one of the other things that we've decided is that we think that this is so important to the industry, we're not just going to keep it in-house. We're actually going out to the market to industrialise, so that any customer with any sprayer, any make, around the world even, could fit to it.
So let's just look at that point then. That's fascinating. So the new nozzle body, the Smart Inject nozzle body, will have an adapter to fit any...
Absolutely. Any sprayer around the world, effectively.
And do they all exist now, or are you... so if I ring you up, I can buy one for any sprayer now, can I? Or
you can. It's limited at the minute because we've kind of gone a little bit further than concept. We've got them working on Brian's sprayer on his farm, so we could supply, but we're focusing on finding a third party to produce and sell it globally.
Sounds like there's going to be a bunch of people queuing at your stand later for that role, I would imagine.
We suspect so.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised at all.
It's great.
I wanted to also talk a little bit about, I mean, you're a fascinating business for me because, as you say, you're British, you're established, you've got really good products, but you stand here as an innovator. And much of your innovation is driven by Brian. How does that succession planning look within the business?
Very good, and I'm pleased you've raised it because Brian's son and daughter are in the business, along with two non-family directors in the engineering business. So they're all part of the process of taking it from, if you like, Brian's generation into the next generation of thinking, forward-thinking, innovations, beneficial to customers, the environment at the same time. So there's an ethic, I think, is probably the right description.
And of course, that's what businesses like Apple and Amazon do.
Absolutely.
Is they have this ethos of innovate, and that permeates everybody from the sort of post room to the chief exec. So it sounds like you've got that. I also feel it's really interesting that in the lifetime of Knight, you've seen, a machinery business, so big bits of kit which were analog things that are now, got computing power that you and I would never have seen when we were younger because they're, completely sort of cutting edge. And are you a tech business?
I would probably, we're not a tech creator, we're a tech user. All of the engineers are properly qualified, as you would expect. And we take other control, especially on the control side, we take computers and we make them do what we need them to do to benefit the customer.
So you identify the problem and then you go to industry to give you the AI, the computing power to resolve that problem.
Yeah, and Brian will design and Darren and Matt will design, let's say, the hard parts to adapt that into agriculture, but especially crop protection equipment.
But again, just go back to the fact that Smart Inject, sprayer head will be fittable to any sprayer. I mean, that's if I say it's altruistic, you probably will sell more sprayer heads because of it. But actually, farmers are under more financial pressure than they've ever been. The product will save them money, but also the fact that they don't have to buy a whole new sprayer.
Exactly.
It is, And for me, that's one of the reasons why you stood here, because I think you're thinking, out of the box and then out of the box again, probably, if that's not a tautology.
And I think that's fair, and I think that's what becomes of, Brian's background, Darren, the other engineering director, and myself. We're all from the agricultural sector. We grew up on farms. We understand the pressures financially and environmentally, and we have regular meetings to discuss what we can do to help fix it, if you like, fix the customer's problems.
I mean, that problem solving, I'm not imposing something I'm selling on you. I am selling you the thing that solves your problems. That is, is a genius piece of business.
Well, thank you. But it's in our nature, really, to be honest with you, Cliff. Brian's majored on it, so have I in my previous career, and we continue it on.
That's nice to hear. If we look at the overall award, because as we said before, you've not just won you've won the the best in class, and we're here at the NEC, and that's usually Crufts, isn't it? So I should you've got a lovely coat, and I'll give you a brush and
I'm an old
all
dog.
that. Yeah, exactly. But tell us about the overall award as well.
Well, we didn't realise it was happening, whereas last year we were pre-warned. The first thing we knew about it was when Georgie turned up with the rural asset team and produced it to us. So we were a bit taken aback. I don't think it's sunk into Brian just yet. Again, like I said earlier, we were ecstatic, we're honoured, and we're just chuffed to bits with it. We wanted to enter because if you don't enter, the whole thing dies. We're at the show, we want it to build, and we entered the scheme because if you haven't got anybody in there, you've got nobody to judge. So, it's wheels within wheels, and we enjoyed it as well. We enjoy it.
That's good to hear. Well, I hope Brian enjoys today and tomorrow, and maybe Friday, because you're going to have to lock him away again from Monday.
Yes.
I'm not really asking, I'm telling. I assume you're going to go for a hat-trick next year?
Well, I think so. He thinks he's going on holiday for 3 weeks, but actually he's going back into the shed with the lot, like you say, Cliff.
Thank you, Paul. Well, you heard it first here, folks. Brian is not going on a holiday. He is going to go into the shed, and he is going to go for that hat-trick next year. And Knight Farm Machinery, they are 2 from 2 this year, having won the best overall as well as the individual category. We're going to take a short break now, but I'd just like to say many thanks to David Perry from Cavernaland, Matthew Smart from Rural Asset Finance, and of course Paul from Knight Farm Machinery. We'll be back shortly when Rachel will be joined by the Shadow DEFRA Secretary, Victoria Atkins. That will certainly prove to be an absolutely fascinating interview. So go make yourself a cup of tea and stay tuned, and we'll see you shortly.
I'm good. I can hear you now. Perfect. Thanks. Yep. Perfect. Thanks.
We're just a bit early, so we'll just wait if that's okay.
What time do you think?
Yeah, we've already visited 5 or 6 now.
We've been to JCT. They've come back this year. Nice to see you.
I picked up one of their bits of music. I'm trying to visit. I'm trying to get into the clouds.
Yeah. It has to be done. It's a big talking point here because there is so much in it, so contradicting kind of the mood in the sector right now, the confidence, the levels of investment that are taking place.
We did a printing for Express and the number of truck registration successes in the list since 1998. And I know we just want to talk rather than find to find facts there. What is it? Because if you invest £1 million in a
Very much.
I love it. Where was coming from? Cultural constituency.
Hello and welcome back to Agriconnect TV. Stay tuned with us for the next 2 hours as we have some fantastic content along the way. Don't forget, LAMMA show is open today until 5:30. and is open tomorrow between 8:30 and 4:30. Entry is free. Simply register at lammashow.com for your ticket. Now, I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by a very special guest. We have the Shadow DEFRA Secretary, Victoria Atkins, here. Lovely to see you, Victoria. Thank you so much for coming along. First time to LAMMA?
It's amazing. I mean, some 40,000 people with all this equipment. It is just the most extraordinary day. And I have to say, I made a choice because I'm supposed to be at PMQs listening to Farmer Harmer Starmer drone on. No choice. No, it was an easy decision for me. Come to LAMMA instead.
Well, we're delighted to have you here. Just early conversations that you've had with suppliers and manufacturers. What's the general feeling that you're getting, the main messages?
Well, there is everybody is worried about some of the announcements that we've had in the budget, whether it's the family farm tax, the impact also on wider family businesses, and the harm that this national insurance hike is already having, as well as changes to national minimum wage. So there is worry and concern, but we know that farming folk are a resilient bunch, and there's also a real determination to keep those businesses going, to keep our farms going. So I'm meeting people with both that worry and that concern, but also our determination to try and get through this period so that we can ensure that our farms continue to thrive in the way that we want them to, and all of these businesses that we see here around us now. So it's a mixture of the two emotions, but my goodness me, it's a real pleasure to be here.
And a key message here from today is the inevitable that any challenges that farmers face, the rest of the supply chain are facing too, and there's a real kind of drive and push to get the supply chain to really back and support farmers right now.
Very much so, and we know, for example, that at one end of the scale, Morrison's very rightly came out to support their farming customers, and I very much hope other supermarkets will join. But also, of course, here at LAMMA we're seeing the businesses that make farming possible, and all of them are determined to help their farming customers. And there's something for us, for non-farming folk and the wider community. All of us eat food, all of us pay the price of bad decisions by government when it comes to the impacts on farms and the farming community. And so as Conservatives we are determined, when we're back in power, to reverse the family farm tax, but also I, as Shadow DEFRA Secretary, want to start conversations now with the farming community, with the farming sector and wider businesses, to talk about the future and to try and make sure that we have hope for the future, as well as having to deal with the realities of the present.
And as DEFRA Secretary, how are you rebuilding that confidence and trust with farmers, which has inevitably been lost by the previous Conservative government? They felt let down, and that was reflected in the polls. And there's a real job on your hands to try and regain that trust.
Yeah, very much. Look, we did some things right, but I also accept that there were things that we didn't. And I'm coming to this with both an open mind, but also an open heart. I represent an amazing rural and very agricultural constituency in Lincolnshire. And so I know, the great pressures, but also the joy that farming can bring to people involved in it, but also the importance of our wider rural economy. And so I want to build those relationships and to have a really positive offering for both farming and everybody else in our countryside. Because, I've done national media interviews where it doesn't seem to occur to the journalists the fact that the countryside is maintained as it is with trees and hedgerows, and so is because of the hard work and the nurturing that the custodians of the countryside, i.e. farmers, put into it. So I want that to be very much part of our conversation, and I will be in due course asking for ideas and support from rural communities so that we can get some of those plans really shaping up for the future.
Big conversation right now is around profitability in the sector and making sure that there's fairness along those supply chains, that farmers are making those margins to be able to make those investments. What would a Conservative government do to try and bring profitability back into farming?
Yeah, so there's a really difficult and careful, delicate balance here, because of course we want our farms to not just flourish, but to ensure that they have a really bright future.
Whilst these businesses here depend on
exactly right, but also of course ensuring that the very difficult impact that food inflation can have, for example, that we're trying to find that delicate balance between the two. So I am very much in listening mode at the moment. You'll appreciate we had the general election last year, and I'm thinking very carefully about where we go over the next couple of years. But this is where this relationship with our food producers is critical. I mean, only yesterday I was in Parliament meeting poultry farmers, to listen to them about some of the challenges they're facing with, for example, avian influenza, which is sweeping its way, sadly, across some parts of the United Kingdom. We know also, of course, that there's the concern of foot and mouth disease in Germany. All of these biosecurity risks add to what is already quite a difficult landscape for many food producers. And so all of these parts will be part of our plans for the future. But I'm not going to do this alone. I very much want to do this in partnership with farmers and our rural communities.
And you're right, there is those disease threats going on. Obviously, we've had the foot and mouth disease case confirmed in Germany, but those are the day-to-day challenges that farmers are facing. And then we have this huge shadow over the sector right now around the uncertainty of the proposed changes to inheritance tax, which is impacting both own-occupied farms, but also having implications now we're starting to unfold around tenant farms because of the uncertainty that they're getting from their landlords of not knowing what action is going to be taken. Do you think this government has a grasp on it, and what would a Conservative government do if they were in power? Well,
I can tell you what we do. First of all, when we're back in power, we will reverse this. But secondly, I used to be a Treasury Minister.
But it's very difficult to reverse something if something goes into place. It's very, very difficult.
So what is interesting is that the measures. I was a former Treasury Minister, and believe you me, but ahead of every fiscal event, you get this pack of potential revenue raisers from the Treasury, and APR BPR was always part of that.
Yes,
and it was a very clear political choice by this Labour government to break what has been a really careful tax policy over decades to protect family farms, but also wider family businesses, because we understand just how critical they are to our economy. Labour have chosen to break that. And we are, given that the OBR, very, very financial here, but the OBR has said that the sums that ministers are relying on create high uncertainty, and we all know that. The figures they're using are for the birds. I mean, there's a piece of kit here that's worth almost £1 million. So if someone purchased that thing alone, then they are topping up towards this famous threshold that Labour ministers are relying on. It's complete nonsense. But what we as Conservatives will reverse it, but what we're trying to do with working with the farming community, with the NFU, the CLA, the Tenant Farmers Association and others, is to educate not just Labour ministers but also Labour MPs, many of whom seem to still be under this bewildering impression that every single farmer owns the land on which they farm and they're some sort of landed gentry. Of course, we know from the figures that the Treasury and ministers are using, they have completely ignored the 14,000 or so tenant farmers who rely on BPR rather than just APR, which is the figures that the Treasury have used. So there is so much financial uncertainty about the figures that the Treasury and ministers themselves are relying on that, frankly, the DEFRA Secretary, Steve Reed, should be banging on the door of the Treasury, demanding that Rachel Reeves looks at this again, because it will have the impact to do so much damage in the short term, let alone in the long term.
But as the DEFRA Secretary has said, it's sort of out of his hands, obviously. The decision lies with the Treasury and the Chancellor. But, the government's defence on what they said, they had to do with the black hole.
Yeah,
and they are you've got struggling public services that are having to finance. So, they've got to find the money from somewhere, and you obviously would have to deal with that issue as well.
So that's what really gets me. I was a minister for 7.5 years. It is the job of the Secretary of State for DEFRA to be banging on the door of the Treasury, demanding that the Chancellor listens to him and to the concerns he has. I simply do not accept that the DEFRA Secretary is some sort of supplicant who has to accept whatever the Chancellor imposes on him. And secondly, the figures they're using are so wrong. We know from the CAAV that they have got the figures wrong. And any minister worth their salt, frankly, should have the humility when we make mistakes, because guess what, we're all human beings, when there has been an error in judgment or calculation, to have the humility to say, do you know what, actually we're listening to people, we should have a consultation to try and see where the best solution lies, and to find a solution to this, because otherwise we will be paying the price of their policy for many, many years to come. And this nonsense that they're repeating about their financial inheritance, first of all, I don't think anyone believes it, but secondly, we know the decisions, the choices they've made.
There is finances to be...
So we know the choices they've made. They've picked on pensioners. They decided to snatch away winter fuel payments from some of the most vulnerable in society. They're now snatching away family farms, claiming that farms some sort of landed gentry that can afford this. They are making political choices, whilst on the other hand giving whopping good big pay rises to train drivers, giving huge benefits to other parts of the public sector. And those are political choices. If that's their choice, okay, but they need to own it. They cannot be blaming other people for the decisions they are making today.
Obviously, the Labour government aren't here to give that right reply to that, but they would say that obviously they have public services that are in desperate need of being financially supported. Something that I really want
to... maths, because interestingly, because as former health secretary, obviously I take a particular interest in what they're saying about the NHS, and the figure that the extra investment that they have put into the NHS at this budget, claiming that it's being partly paid for by farming families and pensioners. In fact, if you look at that money, although it's an enormous amount of money, don't get me wrong, the NHS has an economy, it has a budget almost as large as the whole economy of Greece. Nonetheless,
and a lot of people here in our communities depend on it.
Of course, but the money that they're investing over 2 years, in fact, is going to go on pay rises and national insurance hikes. We are not going to see the sort of meaningful change on the front line that all of us want to see, myself included. And so I would just, again, these figures, they're using them with such confidence. When you start to peel them back, you realise that they are unsound, and they should have the humility to come back and say, actually, we need to look at this again.
Moving away from inheritance tax and the budget, but that kind of broader perspective around food and farming is something that is echoed quite a lot when I'm talking to stakeholders, industry people, and farmers themselves. That connection between food, farming, health, and getting departments to talk to one another, because so much can be achieved. We have an obesity crisis. Why not involve farmers and agriculture within that? And that connection seems to be lost.
Completely agree. And one of the things I was doing as health secretary, sadly the election got called a little bit too early for me to be able to deliver this, but was looking at that relationship between health and the wider farming and rural environment. We know that good quality produce can make a real difference to people's health. We should be very, very proud of the fact that we have amongst the highest animal welfare standards in the world, and we are very protective and proud of that, and we should be, because we know that not only is it better for the animals concerned, it's better for the farming business, it's also better for our health. If you've got good quality meat being produced, or good quality eggs and so on, that is good for us all. And one of the things I'm really interested in doing is to try and reduce the gap in understanding and connection that there seems to be between the countryside and farming, and some people who are creating policy in Westminster and perhaps don't understand what a field looks like or a farm looks like. And that I think is something really important, because we all eat food, and we are all frankly affected by food price inflation. Yeah. And so if we get that balance right, we will not have to import as much food as we are having to, sadly, as farms start to retract, and the impact on machinery here, I'm afraid, will have a longer term impact. But we'll also be able to preserve our beautiful countryside and ensure that we have that connection with the better health that we all want to see.
We talked about it briefly at the beginning, but fairness in the supply chain is just such a critical thing. It's a narrative that comes up time and time again in terms of making sure that the producers get a fair price. How would a Conservative government ensure that?
Well, we did a lot of work, of course, over the last decade or so to try to, first of all, identify where there are particular problems, but also to try and hold the supermarkets and others to account. I fully accept that work is not completed. I wish it were. But as I say, there is that delicate balance between ensuring we get fair prices for producers, which we all want to see, and ensuring that food prices for British homegrown produce, we are not seeing an impact on food price inflation. It's why we've got to ensure that we're stripping out unnecessary costs and burdens for producers, for farmers and others. We've got to ensure that when contracts, etc., are drawn up, that they not only are drawn up fairly for producers, but also people are being paid on time. And there has to be an understanding, I think, with the larger scale retailers, that the variabilities of weather, for example, the variabilities of disease, of course, for livestock. All of these factors have an enormous impact on the farm's profitability, and it's why, again, I come back to the fact all of this is tough, but then when you layer on more taxation for business, more taxation, or you start to impose taxes on family farms and family businesses, that just sweeps everything away ahead of it, because people will have to put their prices up in order to cover those costs.
And something that's got lost, through all the, the APR and BPR changes is the dwindling BPS, the acceleration of the
completely.
BPS payments, which is a huge, burden on farmers now. It's another thing that they have to factor and consider. And obviously there's the switch over to SFI. Under a last Conservative government there was an underspend, which farmers were really frustrated about, because they could have used that money. They needed that money, for grants and funding and support, and to pump into that scheme.
I'm really pleased you brought that up, because Labour keep using this. Steve Barclay had secured an agreement with Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor that any underspend in the DEFRA budget remained in DEFRA. Because we understand, because this has been such a huge change in farming over the last few years with our exit from the European Union, it's taken time, and there have been good bits to it in terms of ease of transitioning. There have been some tougher areas to transition, and so Steve was very clear, and Jeremy completely got it, that any underspend stays in the department, so that if people, for example, the applications weren't in on time or whatever, that money still stayed. Because so we know that there was some, and this is, we're certainly not blaming anyone applying for it. There was some. It has been a transition, and we've tried to make it as smooth as possible, because we're in this bright new world. But as you will always have with any big transition, this was the largest change in agriculture for decades. That it is going to take a bit of time to bed in, and so we know that perhaps applications weren't going in, or indeed being considered by the department as quickly as they should have been, which meant that money wasn't getting out the door. But as I say, Steve had protected that money so that it remained in the department. And indeed, you're seeing now, sadly, with the speeding up of BPS, that money is not being saved by DEFRA, it's going straight back to the Treasury.
I think just the frustration, Shadow Secretary, was from farmers that they just wish that transparency was there, with the budget along, and they felt like they were being lied to all along. That yes, the money's getting out the door, we are spending, and I think that's where the frustration at the core of it is.
So as I say, I'm here to listen and to learn, and I fully accept. There are things we got right, but equally things that we needed to do better on. And so I totally understand. If that's one of the concerns people have, tell me. That is very much for the future. But I think what's worrying me at the moment is when we look at the farming budgets, it's not just BPS, it's things like capital grants. People have invested money, in good faith, thinking they were going to get this money reimbursed, and that's now been ripped up. When we look at things like the Water Restoration Fund, I know not directly related to farming, but there are local projects looking after the delicate structures of our waterways across the countryside. That seems to have been torn up by this government as well. And all of these very long-term projects that were very much about improving the countryside, helping our rural communities thrive, being ripped up by this government. That is what worries me, because there's no sign that this money is being used elsewhere in the department. In fact, what they're doing, we fear, is preparing for further cuts along the way.
With the Sustainable Farming Incentive, obviously this is going to be a real key part of that agricultural transition for farmers. In your eyes at the moment, in its current form, what areas of improvement do you think need to be made to it?
So I think first of all the speed, actually touching on what we were talking about earlier on, the speed at which
those departments, rural payment agency, up to scratch, and that's been something that has been an ongoing issue for many years now.
Believe you me, I've written many letters to the RPA for my farmers, believe me. But we've got that sort of basic admin hygiene, if you like, that has got to be improved. I frankly want my farmers spending as much time as they possibly can in their farms, making food for us, and also looking after their livelihoods. I do not want them having to be filling in forms, whether it's tax or administration grant forms. So that, I think, is the number one complaint I hear from my farmers, is that the admin just hasn't got there yet. It was always going to take a bit of time, because it's such a vast change. I think we are in a better place now than we were, when it first started out. But to me, that's the first place that we keep hearing big talk about the use of artificial intelligence and how it's going to revolutionise our lives. I mean, by the way, the manufacturers here are the living exemplars of this, because you only need to get into any of these cabs and see just how technical, but also how innovative they are. But equally, AI can be used to sort out some of these payments, just make it easier. The fact that I was having to write to the RPA to argue over tiny stretches of land that they seem to have taken issue with, that is a waste of everybody's time. We need to find better ways of
being more efficient.
Being more efficient, exactly.
Definitely. Before we close this interview, just wanted to ask you one final thing. What do you think is the key challenge farming will face in 2025, and what is the biggest opportunity? If you can keep it brief, so I'll just
I think the biggest challenge actually is the threat to livelihoods with the national insurance hikes, the impact of the national minimum wage rises as well, and then the long-term, both the short-term, medium-term and long-term worry about inheritance tax, because that's definitely having a problem, causing massive problems. We know that tractor registrations are at their lowest levels since 1998. It's because people are taking a bit of a hit with confidence in the economy. In terms of our opportunities, look, you've only to see the people here today to see the enthusiasm, the determination, the resilience of our farming community, and so I will always back British farmers. And I think with our determination, if 5 farmers can organise a rally that brought 45,000 people to Whitehall, and they did it in 2 weeks using their mobile phones, I think farmers can do pretty much anything.
Anything is possible.
And I will be very much standing side by side with them to ensure that not just nationally, but internationally, the quality of British farming is understood, and that we're loud and proud about it.
Perfect. Thank you ever so much, Shadow Deputy Secretary Victoria Atkins. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to an ad break now, and we'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Thanks again to the Shadow DEFRA Secretary Victoria Atkins for joining us in the studio there. We now head to our first exhibitor interview of the day. Kuhn are back at LAMMA Show for the first time in 5 years, and we are delighted to welcome them back. Our reporter Amy Wilkinson caught up with Ed Fanshawe and Roger Jenkins to talk all things Kuhn.
So now on the Kuhn stand, who are back this year at LAMMA after a few years away, we're with Roger Jenkins. And just introduce yourself basically, tell us what you do here, and take it away.
So I'm Roger Jenkins, so I'm the Products Marketing Specialist for Kuhn Farm Machinery, and I focus on all the green line products. Yeah. So obviously we're standing in front of the new tedder today, but from tedders, rakes, mowers and mower conditioners right through to the balers. Yeah. I also look after livestock products and landscape maintenance as well.
Yeah, so a big range, but obviously this year at Kuhn you've got a massive stand, but in your section, I would say, you have the two new big releases to show here at LAMMA. Yep. So shall we start with what's directly behind us? Yeah. The big one, I would say. It's exciting because it's brand new, isn't it?
It is. Well, there's no other machine like it on the market at the minute. So we're standing in front of our new GMD 13003. Yes. So we're working a working width of 13 metres. Yes. But where this differs to the market is it's a fully mounted machine.
It is, yeah.
Okay. So the GF, so as I said, 13 metres, we're running on 12 rotors, but where it's really impressive is the kinematics in the way it's folded. So yes, we're 13 metres working width, but we can maintain that below 4 metres working transport height.
And it goes to your 3 metres road width, doesn't it? So it's all completely legal down the road.
Absolutely, complies with all transport regulations here in the UK. So below 3 metres, and I think it's about 3.6 metres in height.
This has never been done before, has it? Really?
No,
this is a completely new idea.
It's one of a kind. Obviously, the tedder range for us stood the test of time for many, many years. Yeah. We've still got systems such as the DigiDrive finger coupling systems. Yes. Again, that's been around since the first tedder came in under the Kuhn range. And we've also got other features such as headland lift control. So you'll see on the far side of the machine, you'll see it when you visit us from the stand as well. When we lift the tedder out of work on the headlands, we lift the outer ends higher. Yes. So we're not drooping and catching the crop. And again, what we don't want, especially with rakes and tedders where we've got direct soil contact, is we don't want to incorporate soil into the crop.
Definitely not. You don't want trash in your feed, basically.
So when we lift it, we don't want them to droop down to incorporate that soil. So that's one of the key features for us on the tedder range.
Yes, and then I can't say the word, but the new rotors. Please take it away.
Yeah, so the new rotors are Opti-Ted. Yes. So they're a new generation of rotor now on the majority of the Kuhn range. So you'll see here what we usually used to have, was a round disc. Yes. With the tyne arm bolted underneath the round disc. Yep. We've now got a profiled U rotor dish, and you'll see the tyne arms now are profiled, and they fit directly nice in that channel. Yes. And what that gives us is it gives us more strength and rigidity throughout the whole rotor. And if we move out, then we've got new tines as well. Yes. So we've gone from an 8mm tine to a 10mm tine. Yes. So thicker. Again, strength and rigidity
lasts you longer
throughout.
Kind of thing.
And we've added an extra coil as well in that tine. Staying on with the tines, you'll see that we've got a longer outer prong on that tine. So again, when we're bringing that rotor around, we're minimising the risk of contamination of soil. Yes. Because if the inner tine is longer, it works more than the outer tine, and then it'll create some contamination in the crop.
So am I right in thinking this is aimed at maybe farmers, but also maybe contractors who maybe go to farms with accessibility issues to fields?
Absolutely, accessibility issues, but also if you're working on slopey ground, where maybe a trailed option, you'd reduce the risk of it. Any operator would know if you're working on a slope with a big machine, it'll start to try and slide down the hill. Obviously, this is fully mounted on the tractor, so that takes that away.
Definitely.
As well. And certainly in recent times, kit's got a lot bigger. Yes. That's the way that agriculture is going. You need to be more efficient.
Yeah.
And obviously, here we are with the
It's kind of providing people maybe with accessibility issues the same output, throughput even.
Absolutely. I mean, especially with a tedder, it's all about speed. You can't go too fast.
No.
Because you need, you can quite easily.
It's crop quality as well.
It's crop
kind of
quality.
Thing,
You don't want lumps in the crop after you've tedded. So instead of increasing forward speed, we tend to increase in working width.
Yes.
And that's to get more output.
And then where this idea of kind of tighter compaction of machines comes in is also with your new kind of mower.
Yes.
So tell us about the new mower. I know it folds vertically behind the tractor, but how does that happen, and what's the idea behind this kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, certainly now length is becoming a bit of an issue now with tractors getting bigger.
Yes.
We want to make the whole unit as compact as possible, and that's where we introduced the new vertical folding GMD mower.
Yes.
So we've got the 3515, so that's a 3.5 metre cutting width, and we've also got a 4015, we've got a 4 metre option as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, same with the tedder. The Kuhn mowers have stood the test of time, and all the technology that we've got in there has stayed in there.
Yes.
So we've got our OptiDisc Elite cutter bed. Okay, so that's lubricated for life.
Yeah.
So we don't have to touch that. Maintenance is basically zero on that machine. And then we've got lift control as well, which is a hydropneumatic suspension. So it's crucial, again, when we talk about forage quality with trying to incorporate less.
It's
the
the
same
mowers.
where we follow the contours of the ground
Yeah.
so we can achieve a consistent cutting height of that machine.
So if we take a kind of wider look in your area, shall we say, because your stand literally has everything you have to offer.
Yeah, it does.
So we might have to do a quick little kind of whiz round. But is there anything else exciting in kind of this area that people should come and see as well as your new products?
Yeah, certainly we've got a range of balers here. So we've got our VB 3200 series, which is new last season.
Yeah.
So please come and see that machine.
Yeah.
We've also got the square baler, the 1290 ID here, which has got the split plunger.
Yes.
So the idea behind that is that we reduce the loads going through the plunger.
Yes.
So instead of having one 60-ton load, we've split that to two 30 tons.
Yes.
So we can run off less horsepower requirements. So we can run up 280 horsepower on that machine.
Yeah.
But we get the same density as a single plunger.
Yeah.
So again, fuel savings and
efficiency, basically.
Efficiency, that's what we're trying to achieve.
But you've also got, I can see here, you've got diet feeders, you've got your straw choppers.
Yeah.
You have literally everything on show.
Yeah, we're empty now in the warehouse.
There's nothing in the warehouse.
No. And again, staying on the balers, we've got the FBP with our patented twin reel film binding system. So again, forage quality is really important to us, and we've certainly got some innovations here.
It's definitely something that has come to the forefront past couple of years, isn't it? The film on film and different things like that.
It's taking on now. We've actually recently started working with a company called APE, which is Agricultural Plastics Environment.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And what they try to achieve is that they want to increase the recyclability of plastics on farm.
Yes.
Okay, we're slightly behind than other markets at the minute in recycling plastics.
Definitely.
And being the standard 750mm rolls on the front of the film binding, it means that we can recycle both the binding process and the wrapping on the back.
And there's no having to separate or anything like that.
We don't have to separate any of the net,
no.
So there's no net involved with that at all. So not only, as I said, we're improving silage quality, but we're also looking after the environment.
Yeah, trying to keep that going on throughout the whole process.
Absolutely.
As well. Also on stand you have your kind of, I'd call it green equipment for like your hedge mowers.
Yeah, landscape maintenance.
That's the one.
So we've got a BPR 280 Pro here today. So 2.8 metre flail mower.
Yes.
Obviously that's a multi-purpose mower. So it's very common with sort of farmers and contractors.
Yeah.
It's probably more popular now with the SFI scheme.
Oh yeah, of course.
So people putting green cropping in as opposed to cereals.
Yeah.
So that they're becoming very popular for us. And then we've got a 7.4 metre telescopic hedge cutter here today.
Yes.
So that's working on full proportional controls on the joystick. Yeah. And we've also got a 1.5 metre head on that machine. So plenty to see on the Kuhn stand. So we'd be
you literally have the whole warehouse here for people to look at, which I think is a brilliant thing to do, really, and a great way to kind of come back to LAMMA and attract people to show what your massive range of equipment you do.
Well, Kuhn's the largest agricultural machinery manufacturer in the world. So
I did not know that. Yeah,
it is. So we've got a huge range of various different products in the product ranges. You'll see obviously on this side on the green line, when you speak to Ed a little later on, you'll see that on the soil as well. We've got a machine that will cater for all kinds of agriculture.
Do you feel like that's kind of a selling point for you as well? Because a buyer could come up to you and get a variety of different equipment, and do you have the support for buyers afterwards if they need it, kind of thing?
Yeah, we do. So we're based in Telford.
Yes.
We've got a huge parts warehouse in Telford that we look after our dealer network with. I think it's one of the largest parts warehouses in the UK for an importer, which is brilliant for customer support.
Yeah, definitely. I think it is an incredible stand, really, and people should really come and have a visit.
It'd be great to see them.
It'd be great to see them.
After all the work, obviously.
I can't imagine how much this must have taken to set up, really. So I'll leave you here to have a brilliant show, and we're going to go and speak to Ed, I think.
Yes.
Is that over in your more cereals, soil based?
Yeah, so the stand is split in half, basically. So we've got the forage on one side, and then you'll go with Ed to the soil on the top
am
side.
I going over to the dark side?
The dark side.
The dark side,
No, you don't want to go over there.
Okay, we'll head there now then, shall we? So we have just come to the other end of the Kuhn stand, and it is actually an award-winning stand, I've just learnt. So we're going to hear a little bit about that from Ed. And just to explain what you kind of do, Ed.
Yeah, so I'm Ed Fanshawe from Kuhn Farm Machinery, product specialist on the arable and electronic side of the business.
Yes.
So, we're happy to be back, and we've got a lot on show for you.
Definitely.
This year,
We've talked about how you literally have kind of every bit of kit that a farmer could want on show here today.
Yeah.
So, should we start with your award, and we can go on to talk about everything else that you have kind of on show?
Yep, so to start with, we've won the Gold Award and the Crop Innovation Awards for our Smart Soil Technology,
yes.
Which is a new aspect to our Optimer disc cultivator. And what this means is the machine's now isobus, and it also has variable depth capability, which means that you can input a prescription map, and then with that is then it's variable depth across the field, so whether you've got different soil types, compaction, where you want to work a bit deeper or shallower.
So has this been in the works for a while, or is it kind of something that you kind of thought this would be a brilliant idea, let's go for it?
Yeah, so this is something we've been developing for a while over in France at the main factories, and it's something we've bought through, and it's the first time it's been on show in the UK, so yeah, it's quite exciting.
Very exciting, and by the sounds of it, it's well worth the award. Is it basically to help improve efficiency, all the good things, basically, all the things farmers are looking for now to save
save on fuel and cost in that respect as well. So yes, there's a lot of key aspects to it, and it's the way we're looking forward is more technology on machines. So
is this a big area that Kuhn are looking into now? Is the technology side?
Yeah, so it's something that we get more requests from customers is more technology on machines, and we're very lucky in the range. We've got everything from the basic machines through to the high-end technology,
Definitely.
So we can cater for all needs.
What is the actual technology called again? Smart
Soil Technology.
So it's definitely something people should come and check out and have a look.
Yeah.
And it's badged up as well, isn't it, with the LAMMA kind of award stickers on?
Yes, it is. Yeah, and then the machine is actually then going on demonstrations throughout the spring, so it's available for demonstration as well.
Oh, so. Perfect! Get that in there. Give me a ring.
Yeah, we're available. So
done the more livestock grass side of the stand. We've moved on to kind of the more arable side, I would say.
Yep.
Yeah. So do you want to point out kind of the key machines that you have on show and talk us through it a little bit?
Yep, so we've got two other new machines on show. We've got the Lexus Trail Spread with the new tank size of 3,800 litres. We've got a special offer on that machine as well, so I invite you to come and inquire about that as well.
Oh, definitely.
And then the other new machine is our row liner, and that's our inter-row cultivator. And that's got a camera-guided headstock as well, which is called the Row Link headstock. So those are the main new machines we've got here.
So the sprayer, just give me a little bit about the spec of it, kind of thing.
So the spec of this machine is 3,800 litre tank,
Yes.
24 metre aluminium booms,
Yeah,
and
okay.
then it's got our what we call our Dialysect Plus. So it's a half manual, half electronic filling system on it.
Oh, okay, that's
So-
interesting, definitely, and special offer on it. So.
Yes, so we're running a new monthly payment scheme on it. So you have the machine for 3 years and pay a monthly rental on it, and then at the end you have the option to buy the machine, or you can give it back.
Perfect. No, that's really interesting actually, because you've kind of marked the stand really well with new bollards kind of thing next to the new kit, so they are really easy to spot.
Yes.
So that's a really good kind of feature of the stand, really. And then you kind of moved on. The other new machine was the cultivator.
The Interrow cultivator, yeah, the row liner, and that's introduced to our range last year. So yeah, it's the first time we've had it at a show like this.
Oh, perfect. So first time in a show, basically.
Yes, yeah.
Ah, very good. So then if we move around a little bit more, because you have so much on show, I can see, should we start at the plough and we can work our way back, basically?
So we've got a plough over there with an integrated press, which we call the duo liner, and that's bolted onto our Varimaster L, so that's an on-land in-furrow plough.
Yeah.
6 bodies, and then on the plough what we've done is we've changed the bodies to represent all the different options of bodies we have, and skimmers and wearing metal, so we can show you through the whole range of what we can offer on the plough.
So basically it allows farmers to see which bit will suit their farm.
Yes,
kind of thing.
yeah, there's something to
Definitely.
suit everyone on there. So
Definitely. So I'm looking at your kind of massive cultivator selection. Am I right in thinking, do they all come in different spec sizes? Or
Yep.
so everything can be in a 3 metre, or do you have kind of the bigger stuff set
yes,
aside?
everything from 3 metres to 14 metres we can offer, depending on the machine, but most machines start at 3 metres up to around 12, but we've just introduced the cultivator, which unfortunately is not here, which is up to 14 metres working width now. So.
Yeah, that's a big bit of kit.
Yes.
Definitely. So carrying on around the stand, I also spotted you have a load of screens set up.
Yes.
What is that all about?
So we've got a display of 6 of our terminals. So that's we're part of the CCI group. So these are our CCI screens, which have been developed with other manufacturers, and they're showing different machines, Isobus machines of ours, as long as simulations of machines on there as well, showing section control and variable rate of the fertilizer spreaders.
So definitely kind of technology driven, kind of showing the strength of technology you have as a company, basically.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So if we head kind of this way, because there's even more pieces of kit. So tell us a bit about the drills, the everything, basically.
Yep, so we've got 3 drills on show here. We've got our trailed Mintill drill, the S-Pro, which is a 6 metre machine, and that's a disc Mintill drill. And then on the tine drill side, we've got our mounted Mintill drill, which is the Megant. That's also fitted with a small seeder on the rear for companion cropping, etc. And then going back to the conventional system, we've got a plough, power harrow, HR or power harrow and drill combination, again with a small seeder fitted on the back.
Definitely. You've kind of shown a variety of different options for different farmers,
Yes.
I think is what's coming across from the stand this year, definitely. One of the things I kind of said about the stand down there is you have kind of such a variety. Do you think it is beneficial, especially for an arable farmer coming to look at all this kind of kit, to see that he could buy everything in Kuhn colours?
Yes.
And is that a benefit to them, do you believe?
It is, and not every system works for every farm.
Yeah.
So we're very lucky in the respect that we can offer
A massive product
a
range.
massive product range, which is, we have a huge product range, but we can offer and cater to everyone's needs and requirements. So whether you're a conventional and you have a combination drill or a Mintill drill.
Definitely. So you're aiming kind of for your big arable farmers, but also your mixed farmers, all sorts. Especially, you even have kind of I didn't realise that you did kind of hedge cutters as well.
Yes.
You've got everything kind of going
there's
on.
not many boxes we aren't ticking at the moment, so it keeps us busy anyway.
But do you think, is there quality still there, definitely, across the range?
No, it's still, we still aim for that quality in our product, and I think that's what we were known for originally when we were known for plows and power harrows, and that's where the quality came from, and that's continued through the rest of the range as we keep expanding. That's still at the forefront of of everything we're doing. So.
Is Kuhn excited to be back at LAMMA this year?
Yeah, really excited. I mean, it's the first time in 5 years.
Yeah.
It's my first time here on a stand, so yeah, we haven't gone small.
No, you've gone big, but
I
think it'll be to your benefit, definitely.
Yes. Yeah, so no, it's really good to be back and looking forward to it.
Have I just spotted something else over there that's...
The main exciting draw of the stand is our pumpkin drill.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah, so we do make precision drills, and we have a vast range of precision drills, but what we can also offer is bespoke made drills.
Ah, okay.
So within our factory we can send them through a configuration to meet the needs of a customer, and they can make it to those specs. So we have our 2-row pumpkin drill on display.
That's so interesting. I didn't know you did bespoke kind of precision drills like that.
That's a big draw. It's the pumpkin drill.
It sounds silly, but it's becoming a bigger piece of the market, really.
Yes.
Like, a lot of people are doing the pick your own pumpkins and different things like that.
Yeah, there's a good market there. So yeah, we're lucky we can offer something for them as well.
I don't think I've seen another one.
No.
In LAMMA, so no, definitely.
Come and see it. Yeah.
Is there anything else on kind of the whole stand that you think will be a big draw for people?
Well, I mean, there's plenty to come and see. We've also got this cultivator here, which we've not spoken about, which is our one-pass cultivator. So this is discs and tines, which is our performer. And then, we've got strip till here, we've got drills, we've got sprayers, we've got fertiliser spreaders, whether that's twin disc spreader or we've got our aero pneumatic boom spreader here.
And you've got a demonstration piece about that, haven't you, going on?
Yes, there's all sorts going on over there with the spreaders. We've got a cutaway of a machine that's working, showing a simulation of how the machine's working internally. So, there's all sorts.
Can I say thank you to both you and Rodri for your time. I hope you have an amazing LAMMA show. And, people should definitely come and check out the Kuhn stand because it has everything to come and see, basically. So good luck. I hope it goes well.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've lost my earpod. Rod?
Right.
Ready to go. Welcome back, and many thanks to Ed and Rodri from Kuhn for speaking with our roving reporter Amy Wilkinson. If you wish to find out more, Kuhn can be found here at LAMMA on stand 18.300 in Hall 18. Time now for a short break. When we come back, Amy will be on her travels again, and this time she'll be visiting the New Holland stand. So we'll see you shortly.
Hello, we are here on the New Holland stand, and I'm here with Jack Richards. And could you just tell us a bit about your role within New Holland and what you do?
Yes, so I'm the low horsepower product specialist. So look after the range of tractors from compacts right the way up to the T5 dynamic command auto command products.
So, and that is kind of what we've got behind us. This is your new release at LAMMA this year, isn't it?
It is, yep.
And you are the right person to talk about
Definitely,
this, obviously.
Yeah, 100%.
So, the T5, what is new on this version?
So this is the new T5 dual command.
Yeah.
So with that product, we've got the new, when we've developed it, we've come up with trying to improve the comfort and the technology side, and obviously to boost productivity as well. So what we've done is we've developed the, in the transmission, we've got brake to clutch now finally, which we've been asking for years. We finally got it. We've also got the advanced loader joystick now, so you've got the forward and reverse shuttle on
so
there.
You can put a loader on the front of this?
Yes, yes, and this particular tractor is ideal for a loader because of its compact dimensions. We've also increased the hydraulic pump size, so now we've got an 82 litre a minute pump, which means we've got faster loader cycle times, which is ideal for loader work. We've also improved the visibility out at the front of the tractor, so we've, as you can see, we've got this striking new image of the new bonnet. We've got the new U-shaped exhaust when you look on the other side, and that just improves the visibility out the right-hand side of the tractor and enables you to be able to see the implement on the front of the loader when you're hitching it on and off.
Yes.
We've also improved the comfort as well, so we've added cab suspension for the first time on this product.
Which, on a tractor size like this, is a luxury, definitely, but it's definitely worth it, in my opinion, as a farmer.
Definitely, yeah. We've also upgraded the lifting capacity of the tractor, so not only is it good on a loader, it's really good in the field as well with implements.
It's around about 7% you've increased it, isn't it, from the previous models?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. So if we go a little bit more in depth, so this range, if I'm right, is from 80 to 120 horsepower?
Yeah, correct.
And there's 5 different models, is that correct?
Yes.
So what's your customer base for this kind of range, would you say?
That's a really tricky question to answer, just down to the fact that this tractor can fit into everything.
Yeah.
So it can work in councils, not only ag, but it works for councils, municipalities, ground care, but also it can work really well in a mixed farm. So you can have it where it's got a loader on 1 minute, the next time you can put an implement on the back and go ploughing. So it's a very flexible tractor, so it appeals to a lot of people, veg farms as well, and especially with the addition of the new precision technology that we've got available, it opens up even more doors.
So tell us a little bit more about the precision technology. Why have you thought putting the technology on this size of tractor? Because it wasn't previously kind of available, really. What do you think the benefits are to farmers, and why have you done it, kind of thing, is the big question, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, this technology's moved its way down from the bigger tractors. So we've had it for a while now on the T7 long wheelbase and HD products. So that's worked its way down to this. The advantage to it is we've got, on the precision technology side, we have telematics. So there's 2 levels of telematics. You can either have the basic telematics or the advanced. Both of them show you the real-time geolocation of the tractor and this virtual dashboard, so you can see exactly what's going on with the tractor. And then also, when you go for the advanced one, you've got the file download. So all your agronomic data that's been gathered from your day's work, you can download that and show it to your agronomist or whoever. So that is something on that side of things. We also offer, on this tractor, we've got the IntelliView 12 screen. So this is the screen that will communicate between the receiver, the Cygnus receiver on the roof, and the screen will show you the operator how to set it up and everything in the field. Not only does it do that, but also it controls the advanced transmission features, so your brake to clutch can be activated and deactivated and things like that. So the advantage, again, it means you can use a flexible workforce on this tractor because of the guidance. It's the hydraulic steering, so the tractor steers itself, so you don't need to spend lots of money getting a really experienced driver. You can use a flexible workforce.
And like you said, because it kind of appeals to such a wide audience, I think having the technology is such a strength as well for especially like veg farmers, as you say, they are very keen on, they're growing a very expensive crop, and it's all about efficiency, and going forward I think farming is getting about that.
Exactly.
So how do you think this tractor can improve farmers' efficiency, or kind of what's its main benefits to a buyer? If you're trying to sell me a tractor, how would you go about it? Sell this tractor to me?
Yeah. So, I mean, while we're still on the technology side of things, this tractor also has Class 2 isobus.
Yes.
So when you put your implement on the back, you can simulate the screen of the, to control the implement through the IntelliView 12 screen. So that reduces the number of screens in the cab.
Yes.
From an efficiency side of things, the 3.6 litre FPT engine is really good for fuel efficiency. It's got low cost of ownership because of the service intervals of 600 hours.
Yes.
So that's a really good feature. And also we've got one-side serviceability. So yeah, the big thing for me is the low cost of ownership really on this particular product.
It is. It's kind of that sweet spot, isn't it, really, in the tractor world? Not everyone wants kind of the big kit. You have the big kit on show, obviously, but a lot of people will come and go, actually, I could probably do my work with a tractor this size. So you also mentioned about operator comfort. So I know a big thing was the cab and the suspension. Is there anything else that you think is for the user, basically?
So we've got the dynamic start-stop brake to clutch feature. So on that, it's ideal for loader work. So you're not having to use the clutch pedal all the time. And also, when you've got a round baler on as well, you're not having to press the clutch. You can just put your foot on the brake, clutch the drive, bail out, let go of the brake,
keep
off
going.
You go again.
Yeah, definitely. So while we've mentioned kind of the bigger kit as well available, can you just give us a quick talk of what you have on stand this year? Because obviously, massive area in LAMMA you've managed to get. Let's have a look at what you have, kind of what else you have on stand.
So we've got the new T7 .300 PLMI tractor. So this is a new tractor that we launched last year. So that's taken us up to a bit more horsepower now in that long wheelbase chassis now.
What horsepower, sorry? I don't know.
So that range goes up to 300 horsepower now,
okay,
whereas historically we only went up to 260.
Okay.
So we've got a bit more power, we've got some upgrades to the transmission and axles and things, so it's a big step forward really for us.
Yeah, definitely.
We also have the T7.225, which is the 2 millionth tractor.
You've got it nicely decorated at the back there.
So that's the 2 millionth tractor off the production line in Basildon. So this year we've been celebrating the 60th anniversary of the plant. But as well as that landmark, we had the 2 millionth tractor come off the production line as well.
Definitely.
So it's been an exciting year for New Holland.
So am I right in thinking that customers can buy a tractor like that in that design, or have I got that completely wrong?
I think it's something that if you wanted it, we could maybe look into it. I think the dealers maybe are looking at doing a dealer special maybe. But at the moment, I've not heard anything about it yet.
Okay. It is very pretty. I've got to give you that. I think it'll draw a lot of people to the stand as well,
Definitely.
which is always a plus in places like LAMMA because it is so big. So if we go further back, I can just see the little cab of a smaller tractor back there.
So we've got a Boomer 50, which is our compact tractor. We have 3 models in that range, or 3 platforms. So we have the subcompact, we have the Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. That one is a Class 3, so it's the bigger one of the range. Also, we've got on that a New Holland loader as well.
Okay.
And I think it's the first time it's ever showing at LAMMA Show. It's also got a Dramone drop-down hitch on it as well, which is quite a smart feature on that tractor.
Yeah, definitely for that size, definitely.
Bit of a change from the drawbar.
Yeah, definitely. So is that, obviously the big tractors are going to bring the big kind of arable men in, is that to basically show your product range and that you can supply all sorts of different people if needed, so councils, all sorts of different people, horse yards even, for example?
Definitely, and that's one of the reasons why we put a loader on that, because it's a real smart little tractor, ideally for horse yards, stables, things like that as well. So
definitely. So then we also have the big one right at the back. What can you tell me about the combine on show?
So it's CR 9.90. It's the 2025 model. So it's the first time we've shown this as well with the new styling. So it's got all the new styling on the outside. So Inside there, we've still got the proven technology that we've always had on our combines. It's just a bit of a fresh look.
So obviously 2 million tractors is a hell of an accomplishment. Can you tell us a bit more about the Basildon site, about what celebrations you might be having, that kind of thing?
Yeah. So we've Basildon in Essex is where we have our manufacturing site. We've been there since 1964. We've made some very iconic Ford product there historically.
Yeah.
So it's a major employer in the area. There's about 1,000 people. It's a 43 hectare site.
Big site.
Yeah, definitely. And not only do we make tractors there, it is also an alternative fuels centre of excellence.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so we make the methane powered T6 and T7s there as well. For all of Europe, the world.
Definitely looking towards the future as well, which is great to see kind of in Britain, I guess, as well.
Definitely.
And obviously, but British farmers are very much about backing British farming, buying British. Do you think maybe British farmers need to also back British manufacturers, say? Is that something you think could be a selling point maybe for New Holland going forward, or...?
Yeah, I think 100%. I think, it's keeping jobs in the UK. It's the whole cycle of keeping things in Britain, and 100%. It's something we're very proud of, that we have this foothold in the UK market.
And the history behind kind of the brand, like you say, you started with kind of Ford products, and it's the amount of kit you've probably produced in there is insane. 2 million tractors is it's stupid, really, isn't it, when you think about it?
And they've gone all over the world. It's not just for the UK. These tractors are manufactured to go to North America, the Middle East, Asia, all over the place. And today, even now in Basildon, the UK market only accounts for around 10% of what's produced. Everything else goes all over the world.
Definitely. So there's obviously a massive export market as well for New Holland, which is insane. So Basildon, does it focus on one kind of class of tractors, or what's made there basically?
Yeah, so it's the medium horsepower tractors. So T6 and T7 standard wheelbase are the two platforms that are built there. So it's like I say, we don't just make them for the UK. They go all over the world.
So could you tell me a little bit more about the actual tractor you've decorated? What horsepower kind of thing is that range basically?
Yeah, so it's the T7.225. So boosted horsepower is 225 horsepower. That particular range, we have other models as well. So we have the T7.190, T7.210, and then the range topping 225. So real handy powerhouse product, really.
Definitely. So, but obviously your specialism is kind of the tractor behind us, and this is your new release kind of this year. Am I right in thinking this is the first time it's been shown in the UK?
100%, yeah. This is the first show it's been shown at. So it's been a challenge getting it here because it's still early days. I mean, we've all opened the order books. This unit is available to order today for production this year. But we finally got this one here. It was a bit like, is it going to make the show or not? But it is here, so yeah.
Oh, perfect. So obviously you will have to be kind of the leading man, because this is your range.
Yeah.
Are you a bit nervous about that, or are you excited for the show?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the show, to be honest with you. And it's like, the fact that we've got some exciting new features on this, it's quite nice to talk to everyone about it, so yeah.
Especially when you know what you're... You're like, I know about this one.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on the stand that you think kind of will attract people? I know you mentioned about the precision technology.
Yeah.
Is it shown on the stand at all, or...?
Yeah, we've got a dedicated area where we've got all the precision technology team here supporting us as well. So any questions about any of the different systems that we have, they're here all week to talk to everybody, so yeah.
Oh, so it's great that you have such kind of a wide range as well. You're not just about kind of the big kit. So obviously we've just mentioned about all the technology, that you have all the specialists here to answer any questions. Looking at the combine now, obviously that will be a big draw for people wanting to come and have a look, have a nosy as they do. Is there any new technology on the combine, or is there anything new on that combine?
Yeah, so on the combine, again, it's one of our core products. Not only do New Holland make tractors, but we also make combines. the two major parts of our business. The CR 9.90 is the 2025 model, so it's got the new styling. It's not only looks good, it's got all the good technology that we've always had, the twin rotor technology that we've had on all our CR combines, but also in the cab we've made some upgrades to some of the technology, just like we have on the T5 with the connectivity side of things.
So is technology a big focus for New Holland going forward, do you think? I know farming is heading more technology based. Is that a new big focus for the company, do you think, going forward?
Yes, so as C&H, we've made a big investment on the precision technology side of things. So what we've done is we've acquired Raven Technologies, which is a big tech company in North America. So we've acquired those guys. You'll see their branding in places when you're looking at our precision technology station behind the stand here. We've got a team of guys here who work for C&H who are representing the brand, and those guys know all the stuff about this new technology. It's very exciting stuff, and it's all about really making things more efficient, reliability of we can rely on a more flexible workforce in the future.
Definitely.
And just try and make it more productive.
Do you know when you kind of acquired Raven? I never heard about
this.
Yeah,
so the Raven acquisition was probably about 2 years ago now.
Ah, okay. So quite recent.
Quite recent,
but
yeah.
Has that kind of pushed forward bringing the technology into smaller machines at all, like that purchase, if that makes sense?
Yeah, definitely, and that's one of the things that we've, a lot of that technology is on this product.
Yeah. So you're already rolling it out, basically.
Yes. Yeah, and it's all in house, and nice and straightforward. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully keep it under the whole one umbrella, if that makes sense.
But it's a bold investment because that is the way things are going. It's only going to get more technical. And the technology side, as intimidating as it sounds, it's meant to make our lives easier and more productive.
It is. So it's difficult to get some farmers to come over to it, but once they are, understand it, I guess, a bit better. It is. And I think you're doing a massive, impressive job of bringing it into the smaller types of tractors as well. You're offering it to a whole different kind of group of people, which I think is really brilliant, because it's not always done in different brands and that kind of thing. So the T5, obviously, your main attraction this year, your new release, but you also obviously have your kind of 2 millionth tractor. 2 millionth tractor on the show. You've got a combine at the back there. You've got your precision technology. You've also got, I can see you've got seats ready for people to come and visit.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're all set up.
Fancy coffee machine as well.
Oh, always brings in the people.
Definitely.
Definitely. I hope that you have an amazing show.
Thank you so much.
I hope the T5 goes down very well. Very, very well. And just thank you very much, and I hope you have a good show.
No, and we're looking forward to welcome everyone to the stand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. As you've just seen, New Holland is one of the most recognised agricultural equipment brands in the world, with over 125 years of experience providing innovative, efficient and sustainable farming solutions whilst supporting farmers across the globe. Why not drop into Hall 17, stand 17.400 to meet up with Jack and the team at New Holland if you want to know more about the T5 Dual Command or the rest of their range. We'll be back shortly after this small break. Welcome back. A big thank you to all our guests on Agriconnect TV today. And thank you to our viewers and those who've visited the NEC for day one of LAMMA 2025, the biggest yet.
It is not too late to come down for day two of the show tomorrow. You can still register for that free ticket at lammashow.com. The show will be open between 8:30 and 4:30, and there'll be plenty of action to come from the demo and career zones, the Farmers Guardian live seminar sessions, and much more. Plus, almost 700 exhibitors across 11 halls of the NEC are here for you to get your fill of farming, machinery, equipment, and everything in between.
It's been a hell of a day, Rach, hasn't it? If unfortunately you can't make it in person, we're going to be back on live here in our studio at 10 a.m. on lammashow.com or the LAMMA Show YouTube channel. Tomorrow we'll be chatting to the farming simulator team. Fascinating, saw them last year, and have some exclusive interviews with Krona, Case IH and Grange Machinery. We'll also be catching up with the winner of our Young Engineer of the Year award, and we'll also be speaking to the Farm Safety Foundation. Finally, we'll also be welcoming Dave Singleton and some students from Myerscough College and Alex Hardy from the School of Sustainable Food and Farming here live in the studio.
Lots going on, Cliff.
Lots going on,
Definitely.
A busy day.
Join us again from 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Goodbye for now and have a great evening.
Bye.